Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner. Good afternoon. Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some more live coverage of the situation of the Middle East. There actually was, about 20 minutes ago, a large airstrike appeared to happen in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I have video of that for you. Saw it right before we came on the air, and there haven't been any evacuation orders there. So it was interesting to see that happened. And I'm not aware if there have been any more after that. I hadn't seen any after that. There are a number of airstrikes being reported in other parts of Lebanon, as Lebanese media is saying, and Aleph, who I follow, is saying. But there are reports in other parts of Lebanon of significant airstrikes tonight. I should actually post that on the headline here. Significant Israeli. That might be from the border, that boom. So, yeah, I'm reading reporting about in Lebanese media of strikes in Tariya in Baalbek. Kayam City. Let's see. I'm just going over Lebanese media here, looking for some of these recent reports of strikes. Jabal al-Rayyan, Mari, Sheba, Kfar Shuba. So that's, about 20 minutes ago, LBCI Lebanon News said that National News of Lebanon says, the National News Agency says, airstrikes on Jabal al-Rayhan and heavy bombing of al-Mari, Sheba, and Kfar Shuba. A flash. Oh, there was a flash on the east cam? I didn't even see that. If you put a time code in, I can rewind it and check it out on the Lebanon-Israel border cam. I'm going to show you the one that happened about 20 minutes ago in the southern suburbs of Beirut. It was big. Let me show you this. If I can. By the way, thanks for joining us, and I appreciate you watching the channel, and also thanks to our moderators, Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi are moderating over there on YouTube, Robert's May Queen. Also, our Twitch moderators, thank you for moderating over there. LB Prairie Dawn and Surly Dev, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And, oops, hold on. Valerie Gale Griffin is moderating right now. Ronald Egnor as well. Margaret Riley too. Thank you so much for moderating. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers also like Suzanne Priest-Buchner, Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell-Gates, Margaret Riley, Marie Goodson-Hamilton, Valerie Gale Griffin, Jared Sparks, Ronald Egnor, and all the rest of our subscribers. Thank you. Thanks also to PVC for your support. I appreciate that. PVC, thank you. Board Activity, our member, thank you. And Bruce Kaiser. Thank you so much, Bruce Kaiser. All right, I'm going to show you right now this strike that happened about a half hour ago in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which seemed like a big strike. All right, so watch this. If it works. Why is this not working? Hold on a moment. I might have to reset things. This is really annoying. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Let me show you this now, and then I'll have to reset something here. Here's the strike that happened about a half hour ago. Is this working? All right, I'm going to have to reset everything here. It's frustrating, but that's what I have to do. I'm not taking a meal break. That's wrong. Okay, let me just play this for you. This is what happened about a half hour ago. Watch this. Look at that. Looked like an airstrike to me. That was about a half hour ago. Let me show you that again. Looked like an airstrike to me. Again, about a half hour ago on the Beirut camera. I don't think that was a warning strike. By the way, give me a second here. I just need to reset something here. Give me one moment here. Hold on. I just need about a minute to reset the video. Yeah, there were no evacuation orders tonight in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So it was surprising to me to see that what looked like an airstrike there. But there are a number of airstrikes being reported in different parts of Lebanon tonight. So we're going to bring you some updates on the situation in the Middle East. I just need about 45 seconds or so here to reset the video so I can play it for you. It wasn't behaving properly. It is resetting right now. And we will talk about the situation also between Israel and Iran. This question of will Iran respond to Israel's airstrike with its own strike? Could Israel launch another strike on Iran, whether or not Iran responds? Oh, I do see that there is a rocket alert, which I'll get you information on in a second. But unfortunately, I can't go to the camera yet. I need about another minute to reset everything here. So I can always replay something on the Kiryat Shimona camera. There is a rocket alert involving the Kiryat Shimona area and surrounding areas. All right, hold on a second. I need to do something. Oh, I got to bend over here and do this. Everything's misbehaving. All right, I think we finally might be ready. Sorry, a little technical issue here today. All right, that's working now. All right, so let me see. There may be stuff going on the Kiryat Shimona camera. Oops. But I can always replay it if we need to. I need to... Hang on a second here. Northern border camera. Here it is. What's going on there? Well, we'll see in a second what's going on there. I'll have to rewind it and see if there were any interceptors fired. Don't see anything at the moment going on there. Okay. We are just about ready to show you the video again. It's coming. Video is coming. Very good. Okay, there's the video. Now I got to see with that rocket alert if I missed anything. The rocket alert is Kiryat Shimona and a couple other areas in northeast Israel near the Lebanon border. We have a camera at Kiryat Shimona, which is here. Oh, there's a plane landing right now on the Beirut camera. Why are you not seeing this? Hold on. Oh, hold on. This is messed up now, too. There. Now you're seeing that. There's a plane landing in Beirut. All right, that's back to correct. I don't see anything crazy going on the east border camera, but I can rewind it and check if anything happened there. I'll do that. Been 2:17:00 about 4 minutes ago. Thanks, by the way, to Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Kerry. And Rain Tarrant, our new member. Thank you. I'm going to check if, when we were resetting everything, there was anything on the Israel-Lebanon border camera. I'm checking that replay right now. I'm listening to this replay, see if there were sirens on the... You might hear some sirens on the replay in a second. It's weird, it's like there weren't any. All right, okay. Let me show you what happened. I'm going to replay you from a couple minutes ago. This was the rocket alert here. Here is the rocket alert from a little while ago. Let's watch this. I don't know if any interceptors went up. You'll hear the sirens in a second. Believe me. All right. Oh, there there was an interceptor right there. There you go. There's an interceptor. We just saw one. One interceptor. Is there a boom? There's the boom. So there was a rocket alert and one interceptor and a boom. I'll play that again. I'll play it again. Right there. That was it. So that was the replay of what we saw, of what happened about 10 minutes ago. Excuse me. MTV Lebanon News said that there are over 60 people dead in Israeli airstrikes in the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon tonight. Now, I don't have a camera there, but that's what they are reposting. They're saying, MTV Lebanon News is saying, a bloody night in the Bekaa Valley and the number of dead exceeded 60. Al-Mayadeen says the Lebanese Ministry of Health says there were 10 dead in preliminary toll in an Israeli airstrike on Al-Alaq in Baalbek Hermel Governorate. So a number of Israeli airstrikes being reported tonight in various parts of Lebanon. Yeah, N12 News, Israel says the Lebanese Ministry of Health says at least 16 killed in Israeli attacks in the city of Baalbek in the east of Lebanon. Also, the IDF says, Israeli Defense Forces, around 150, Hezbollah launched around 150 rockets into Israel today, according to the IDF. Around 150 rockets. I just want to get caught up on what's happening right this second. The Telegram channel, The Hot News, which I follow, they post Israeli news. They claim that tanks are advancing towards the south of the town of Qayyam in southern Lebanon. By the way, thanks to Iconic Meerkat for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Also, Dances with Wolves, thanks for your support. And Crazy Nomad, thank you. And hang on a second here. I think there's somebody I'm missing. Maybe Jay Smith or something. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll keep an eye on new developments. Again, it's very strange. There was this, what appeared to be an airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. It looked like a big strike. I haven't really seen reporting on it. That's the weird thing. It was about 45 minutes ago. I don't even know if I see a report about it in Lebanese media. It's really strange. I'll show you again. Look, so this was about 45 minutes ago. I was sitting here right before going on the air and I saw it on both cameras. Look at this. Looked like an airstrike to me unless it was something else. Watch this. But was there no boom? Maybe that was just a secondary explosion or something. See, we don't hear a boom. We don't even hear a boom. It's really weird because I don't see reporting of an airstrike. I mean, real huge explosion. Cool but Warm thinks it was a secondary. Two Frogs thinks it was a cook-off from yesterday's strike. I don't know. Big explosion. Yeah. Ahmad says he says hit. Well, it certainly looked like a strike, but again, there was no boom we heard, and I didn't hear Lebanese media. I didn't see Lebanese repeated media report a new airstrike. So maybe it was just something that exploded, that had been hit before or something. I don't know. There were no evacuation warnings tonight for the southern suburbs, so I don't know what was going on with that. And it showed up on the other camera too, and it was a big explosion on the other camera. Hey, thanks so much, Rick D. Wow, Rick, so generous of you. Rick made another donation and gave some more gift memberships. Very nice to Rick. Thank you. And also, thanks, Mauricio Corbin, for the gift memberships. Thanks, Mauricio. And then Rick just gave 20 more memberships, Rick D. Wow. Thank you, Rick. Make sure you thank some Rick D. or Mauricio or anybody else if they gave you gift memberships or a gift subscription. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Bunch of new members. And thanks to Sweetums for your support, and Psyops on Twitch, thanks for the support, and EJ Rod 31 for subscribing on Twitch, and also Who Shot JR. Thank you, Who Shot JR, for your support on Twitch. Let's talk about this story. I think some of you had been mentioning this in the chat. Israel passes 2 laws restricting UN agency that distributes aid in Gaza. What was that? Was that on the border camera? Hold on. Israel passed laws against UNRWA, the UN agency that for about, I think, 70 years now or so has been assigned to give aid to Palestinian refugees and provides lots of aid to people, to many people. I want to say the majority of people in Gaza. So there's this question about, are they not going to be able to operate in Gaza? If they don't, they are the biggest source of aid to people in Gaza. So if they don't operate in Gaza, who's going to give the aid? Let me show you this from Associated Press. Israeli lawmakers passed 2 laws today that could threaten the work of the main UN agency providing aid to people in Gaza by barring it from operating on Israeli soil, severing ties with it, and deeming it a terror organization. Although I thought they didn't deem it a terror organization. Let me keep reading here. The laws, which do not immediately go into effect, signal a new low for a long-troubled relationship between Israel and the UN, between Israel and the UN. Israel's international allies said they were deeply worried about the law's potential impact on Palestinians as the war's humanitarian toll is worsening. Under the first law, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, or UNRWA, would be banned from conducting any activity or providing any service inside Israel, while the second law would sever diplomatic ties with it. The legislation risks collapsing the already fragile process for distributing aid in Gaza at a moment when Israel is under increased U.S. pressure to ramp up aid. Israel has alleged that some of UNRWA's thousands of staff members participated in the Hamas attacks last year that sparked the war in Gaza. It has also claimed that hundreds of UNRWA staff have militant ties and that it has found Hamas military assets near or under the agency's facilities. The agency fired 9 employees after investigation, but denies it knowingly aids armed groups and says it acts quickly to purge any suspected militants from its ranks. Some of Israel's allegations prompted major international donors to cut funding to the agency, although some of it has been restored. The first vote passed 92-10 in Israel today and followed a fiery debate between supporters of the law and its opponents, mostly members of Arab parliamentary parties. The second law was approved 87-9. UNRWA, I think, employs around 30,000 people, most of them local people. I'll show you some more about this. Reuters. Israel votes to ban UN aid agency. Palestinians say 100,000 residents trapped. By the way, thank you to Kerry Poteet, who says there were power fluctuations. What was that? Was that on the border camera? That noise we just heard? Maybe from the border camera. Kerry, I'll have to check the replay of the border camera. That's interesting. It's weird. I have to pull the replay of that on that camera. That would have been about 7 minutes ago. Kerry, when I get the replay downloaded, I'll show it. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you also, Floris93 and Dances with Wolves. Thanks for the gift memberships. And CC, thank you. Flores said they found an UNRWA ID on the bodyguard of Sinwar. I don't know much details about that. I mean, Times of Israel had reported 10 days ago that there was a passport found on Sinwar belonging to an UNRWA teacher who had been in Egypt for a few months. And I have no idea why he had it or if he had any connection to Sinwar or what. I haven't seen any reporting on that. There might be some floating around. I just don't know. Let me thank you, Flores. Yeah, let me just show you this thing that happened. Oh, hold on. There's a rocket alert. Where is the rocket alert at? This rocket alert I don't think we'll see anything on the on the Kiryat Shimona camera. This one is a rocket alert in northeastern Israel, Upper Galilee. You can see on the SOFAR map where it is. South of our camera. The camera's at Kiryat Shimona, so I don't know that the camera will pick anything up, but I'll let you know if we hear anything more about it. Some places north of Sea of Galilee. Meanwhile, let me show you this thing that happened a few minutes ago. Oh, I wonder if it actually did. Oh, you know what happened? Kerry, I realized what happened. Kerry Poteet, what happened is, it looked like on the camera. So look at the border camera now. It looks like the lights are going out. They're not actually going out. If I move, it's hard for you guys to see, but if I put my mouse over that camera, which I sometimes need to do, see how the bottom lights go out? And you're like, wow, why are those bottom lights going out? But they're not going out. It's just what's happening is the time bar comes up and obscures the lighting. So it looks like the lights go out, but the lights actually aren't going out there. Sorry. I know it's confusing. Thanks, Arkwolf, by the way. Arkwolf and Rick D. Thank you, Rick D, so much. Rick D and Arkwolf. Let me just show you this, what Reuters had to say here. Israel votes to ban UN aid agency. Israel's parliament passed a law today to ban the UN relief agency, UNRWA, from operating inside Israel, alarming some of Israel's Western allies who fear it will worsen the already dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. This camera is a little loud. People are like right at the... By the way, it's an interesting thing because the law bans the relief agency from operating inside Israel, but I believe most of the world considers Gaza not part of Israel, even though Israel certainly exercises some power over a lot of power over what's happening in Gaza. I mean, like Wikipedia says, its territory has been under Israeli occupation since 1967. Despite the Israeli disengagement, Gaza is still considered occupied by Israel under international law. Israel has even before the war, Israel had a blockade on what was coming in and out of Gaza, them and Egypt. But anyways, without getting too into that, my point is you may have some confusion because you might be like, well, if the law says that UNRWA can't operate in Israel, why does it apply to Gaza? So anyways, I would understand if you have that question. There's probably a bunch of complications here. I'm not going to get all into that right now, but I just want to note that. But it says the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, Reuters says, the members who drafted the law cited the involvement of a handful of the UNRWA's thousands of staffers in the October 7th attack on southern Israel, and a few staffers' membership in Hamas and other armed groups. I'd like to get you some more on that story. If you give me a moment here, I'll try to do that. I don't know. I mean, are they really going to stop Israel really going to stop UNRWA from operating in Gaza or not? I actually have a whole article on it here from AP. Israel passes laws to restrict the work of a UN agency that is a lifeline for Gaza. Israel lawmakers passed 2 laws today that could threaten the work of the main UN agency providing aid to people in Gaza by barring it from operating on Israeli soil, severing ties with it, and labeling it a terror organization, says AP. The laws, which do not immediately go into effect, signal a new low for the long-troubled relationship between Israel and the UN. Israel's international allies said they were deeply worried about their potential impact on Palestinians as the Gaza war's humanitarian tolls worsens. Under the first, and I know some of this we already read before, but there's more here. Under the first law, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA would be banned from conducting any activity or providing any service inside Israel. The second law would sever Israel's diplomatic ties with the agency. The laws risk collapsing the already fragile process for distributing aid in Gaza at a moment when Israel is under increased U.S. pressure to ramp up aid. UNRWA's chief called the laws a dangerous precedent. Israel has alleged that some of UNRWA's thousands, I believe tens of thousands of staff members participated in the Hamas attacks last year that sparked the war in Gaza. It also has said hundreds of UNRWA staff have militant ties and that Israel has found Hamas military assets in or under UNRWA's facilities. UNRWA fired 9 employees after an investigation, but denied it knowingly aids armed groups and said it quickly acts to purge any suspected militants from its ranks. Some of Israel's allegations prompted major international donors to cut funding to the agency, although some of it has been restored. Israel has at times during the war in Gaza raided or attacked UNRWA schools or other facilities, saying militants were operating there. UNRWA says more than 200 of its employees have been killed during the war. By the way, again, most of UNRWA employees, as I understand it, are local people. They employ local people there in Gaza. Most of UNRWA's employees in Gaza. Lawmaker Boaz Bismuth, who sponsored one of the bills in Israel, said, "The law that we pass now is not just another bill, it is a call for justice and a wake-up call. UNRWA," he said, "is not an aid agency for refugees, it is an aid agency for Hamas." The head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, said the new laws were part of an ongoing campaign to discredit UNRWA. "These bills will only deepen the suffering of Palestinians, especially in Gaza," he said on X. Hang on a moment. I'll see if he said anything else on X. Hang on a moment. The head of UNRWA said the vote by the Israeli parliament against UNRWA this evening is unprecedented and sets a dangerous precedent. It opposes the UN Charter and violates the State of Israel's obligations under international law. The head of UNRWA said this is the latest in an ongoing campaign to discredit UNRWA and delegitimize its role towards providing human development assistance and services to Palestinian refugees. These bills will only deepen the suffering of Palestinians, especially in Gaza, where people have been going through more than a year of sheer hell. he says it will deprive over 650,000 girls and boys there from education. There's about 2 million people in Gaza total. As I said, it's my understanding that the majority of people in Gaza get aid from UNRWA. So the UNRWA head says it'll deprive over 650,000 girls and boys there from education, putting at risk an entire generation of children. I believe UNRWA runs most of the schools in Gaza, if not all. These bills increase the suffering of Palestinians and are nothing less than collective punishment, says Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA. He says putting an end to UNRWA and its services will not strip the Palestinians from their refugee status. That status is protected by another UN General Assembly resolution until a fair and lasting solution is found to the plight of the Palestinians. Failing to push back these bills will weaken our common multilateral mechanism established after World War II. This should be a concern to all. That is what Philippe Lazzarini of UNRWA said. I'll take some comments in a moment. I just want to finish going through what AP had to say about this. Oh, I'll read you what the Prime Minister Netanyahu's said about this. The Prime Minister of Israel's account, you can see here, says UNRWA workers involved in terrorist activities against Israel must be held accountable. Since avoiding a humanitarian crisis is also essential, sustained humanitarian aid must remain available in Gaza now and in the future. In the 90 days before the legislation takes effect, he says, and after, we stand ready to work with our international partners to ensure Israel continues to facilitate humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza in a way that does not threaten Israel's security. So I don't, if UNRWA is stopped from providing aid in Gaza, well, someone else is going to have to do it. They provide so much of the aid there, so I don't know what's going to happen. So AP says, together the laws Israeli parliament passed today. First of all, AP says that Netanyahu said Israel is ready to work with international partners to ensure it continues to facilitate humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. But the post from the Prime Minister's account did not say how the aid would continue, and it was not clear how the flow of aid would be affected once these bills take effect. Also, AP says together the laws would effectively sever ties with the UN agency, strip it of all legal immunities, and restrict its ability to support Palestinians in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. The legislation does not include provisions for alternative organizations to oversee its work. AP says international allies of Israel's have opposed this move. The changes could be a serious blow to Palestinians in Gaza. More than 1.9 Palestinians, most of the people in Gaza, are displaced from their homes, and Gaza faces widespread shortages of food, water, and medicine. International aid groups and a handful of Israel's Western allies, including the U.S., have voiced strong opposition to this legislation. The U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller, speaking to reporters in Washington before the votes today by Israel, said the Biden administration was deeply concerned by the legislation. There's nobody that can replace them right now in the middle of a crisis, he said. UNRWA provides education, health care, and other basic services to millions of Palestinian refugees across the region, including in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The laws would go into effect 60 to 90 days after Israel's foreign ministry notifies the UN, according to the spokesperson of one of the lawmakers who sponsored the laws. So we'll have to see what happens Will UNRWA really be prevented from giving aid in Gaza? Or will it be this thing where, like, UNRWA says, we'll try harder to not have militants unintentionally in working for us, and Israel says, well, you better try harder or we're going to really crack down on you, and then it just keeps going as usual. I have no idea. So it's one thing to pass the laws, it's another thing for Israel to actually try to enforce it, and for UNRWA to be stopped giving aid in Gaza, and because somebody else will have to give it, or there'll be just an utter. I believe they provide most of the aid in Gaza. So I would think if they are prevented from providing it and no replacement is provided, that will be an untenable situation for much of the world. Matt Supovitz says UNHCR can provide. They're already established, except they deal with literally everyone except the Palestinians. Well, yes, there is the UN HCR, but the UN has said, like, I don't know. I don't think the UN is going to be okay with that. To just the idea of just, hey, let's take this other agency, which is not supposed to do that, and have them do it. I don't know if they're budgeted for it, if they have the staff for it. I don't think they're going to want to accept that precedent also. UNHCR is the UN refugee agency, but they do not deal with the Palestinian refugees. Palestinian refugees are dealt with by UNRWA. I'm guessing it won't just be a situation. I'm guessing it won't end up that UNRWA is prevented from operating and nobody else comes in to fill the gap. That'd be my guess. Maybe this will go on for months and months, where Israel is threatening to stop UNRWA but doesn't, and it keeps and other countries like the U.S. tell Israel not to. I saw another statement about this today, about what other countries are saying. Right here, where is it here? So here's I think this is a European Union, the diplomatic service of the European Union. Here's the EU statement on this. The EU statement on these, on the legislation being passed today in Israel, where it basically, I guess, bans UNRWA. The EU expresses its grave concern over the legislation. I guess they put the statement out before the vote. The EU expresses its grave concern over the legislation to be submitted for voting in the Israeli parliament, which has now been approved, and forbidding contact between Israeli state entities and the UN and UNRWA. If adopted, says the EU, if adopted, these laws will have far-reaching consequences, de facto rendering UNRWA's vital operations in Gaza impossible, seriously hampering UNRWA's provision of health, education, and social services in the occupied West Bank, and revoking UNRWA's diplomatic privileges and immunities in Israel. This legislation, says the EU, stands in stark contradiction to international law and the fundamental humanitarian principle of humanity, and will only worsen an already severe humanitarian crisis, potentially halting essential services such as food, shelter, education, and healthcare for millions of Palestinian refugees in these territories. The EU emphasizes that all UN agencies embody the rules-based international order as they uphold and implement both the letter and the spirit of the UN Charter, to which all UN member states must abide. The EU reiterates that UNRWA is the sole provider the sole provider of these critical services and is essential for delivering emergency relief to millions of Palestinian refugees. UNRWA has a long history of commitment to its specific mandate as provided by the UN General Assembly in 1948, with over 40,000 staff across the region, including 13,000 staff in Gaza. 13,000 staff in Gaza. Okay. Let's see here. The EU exhorts the Israeli authorities to ensure that UNRWA can continue its essential work in crisis-affected areas in line with its UN General Assembly mandate. We urge Israeli authorities to reconsider in order to prevent disruptions to UNRWA's life-saving services and ensure continued and unhindered humanitarian access for UNRWA to the Palestinian refugees it was set up to serve. The EU remains committed to supporting UNRWA in its mission while maintaining neutrality, accountability, and oversight in its partnership. So that's the EU statement today. As you can see, the EU and we heard the US are quite opposed to the new anti-UNRWA legislation passed in Israel today. So what's going to happen with all this, I have no idea. My guess is that countries who are not in favor of this legislation by Israel are not going to be racing to provide aid, to spend money that UNRWA would have been providing. That'd be my guess. So is Israel just going to pay for all the aid itself and do it itself? I mean, I'm guessing that's not going to happen. So I don't know what's going to happen. Hey, by the way, Rick D, that is super generous of you. Wow. Rick D, so much support from Rick D. That's amazing. Thank you, Rick D. That's so kind of you. Thank you for all of your support lately. And all your support of the channel, Rick D. Thank you. Also, thank you to DJ for all your support. DJ, thanks for your support. I appreciate this. I appreciate that. DJ feels that children will be made to suffer who did not have anything to, in Gaza, say, who do not have anything to do with Hamas. Thank you, Jeff Buddington, for your support. And New Next Wow. And Bob. Also, Carrie Poteet, thank you, Carrie Poteet. And thank you, Fletch. Fletch says UNRWA equals EU equals UN equals Hamas Hezbollah. So Fletch is equating UNRWA, the EU, UN, and Hamas and Hezbollah. Thank you, Fletch, for your support. Robert Velk thinks that UNRWA is acting as an arm of Hamas. There's another article here I want to show you. One moment here. One moment. So there have been Israeli airstrikes tonight, reported a number of them in different parts of Lebanon. A number of deaths reported from these airstrikes. I don't have a lot of details in different parts of Lebanon today and tonight. There was one. Oh, there were some strikes in Tyre, Lebanon. I should show you that. Earlier today, there were strikes in Tyre, Lebanon. I actually have some video of that I can show you. The ancient city of Tyre, Lebanon. There was another evacuation order issued today for Tyre, as there was a couple days ago, and Israel launched some airstrikes there. Let me pull that video for you so I can show it to you. Here it is. I found it. I think it's working. Maybe. One moment. One more moment here. One more moment. Okay, it's downloading now. This was that evacuation order from earlier today. It was just like the one from several days ago. Well, similar. It said for the second time in several. Oh, actually, this isn't the evacuation order. This is actually after the evacuation order. It says for the second time in several days, the IDF attacked Hezbollah terrorist targets in the Tyre area in southern Lebanon, including weapons depots, anti-tank sites, military buildings, and reconnaissance sites for various Hezbollah military units, including the Aziz unit, which is responsible for launching operations from the southwestern Lebanon area toward Israeli territories. So Israel posted this graphic, which shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations targeted, including this building here. I can't read this part. I'm not going to bother translating this on my phone right now, but maybe I'll look at it after. I'm going to show you the video in a second. Maybe I'll translate it on my phone while you're looking at this. They might have posted that in English too. I'll have to check. Let me see if I can find it in English for you. No, they didn't post that in English, but let me just translate it again. Medical clinic, and then it says, okay, that's meters. And the top line translation is attacking weapons depots and military buildings in the heart of civilian areas. In Tyre. So this graphic from the Israeli military said, hold on. This is what they said they did in Tyre. They said they attacked Hezbollah facilities in the middle of civilian areas. And if you look over here on the right, Israel claims that that is on the bottom, that this is a medical clinic, and that this is a medical clinic, and that this target here, this building, was 140 meters away from one medical clinic and 38 meters away from another medical clinic. So they're saying that Hezbollah is embedding these facilities in civilian areas. Can you use Google Lens in your browser? That's interesting. Oh. Well, I looked up Google Lens on Google, and it says it lists the app. It just lists the app. It doesn't list Google Lens in your browser. Oh, search with Google Lens in Chrome? Ooh, hold on. It's the thing that looks like a photo in the search bar. Oh, you know what the issue was? I wasn't in Chrome right now. That was the issue. That was the issue. Hang on. Search with Google Lens. I see. Oh, I don't know, though, if it'll translate it. It looks it up, but it doesn't translate it for you. Like it'll search the image. Hold on. Actually, I think I can do this. Now, it says translate text and images on a computer. You can translate text and images from your device on Google Translate. Go to Google Translate, select images. Okay, I see. I see. All right, so you go to True Google Translate. You can choose images. Okay, fine. So if I save that image, it should do it, supposedly. All right, so I save the image. Now I'm going to drag it and drop it over to Google Translate. It didn't really detect the language. Oh, detect language into English. It did it. Wow, that's incredible. It really did it. How about that? I'm going to show you the Google Translate translation of the of that map. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. Now I can use that from now on. I would do it with my phone. I would take a picture on my phone with the Google app and translate that way. But you can do it on Google Translate. On the web, I'm saying. See, there it is. That's easier. Attacking weapons depots and military buildings in the heart of civilian areas in Tyre. And what does this say down here? That says weapons depot used by Hezbollah, basically. And it says it was close to 2 medical facilities. Anyways, I wanted to just show you that. Good to know. All right, let me show you the video from AFP from Tyre, Lebanon, of what some of the explosions in Tyre today. There was an evacuation order there several days ago. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people had already left there. I don't know if everybody's left or not. So I don't know if there's many civilians still there. There might be civilians still there. Okay, so this is going to be this replay I'm going to play you. Replay. Israeli strikes pound Lebanon's Tyre after warning. This is from today by AFP. Let's watch this. Here. That's the ancient city of Tyre, Lebanon, known in part for its beaches. That's a video taken at the beach. Now, I don't know if all of that is done from today, that damage. I don't know if all that damage is from today or from previously. Oh, look at that one. Wow. Look at that one from today. Wow. That was from earlier today. Wow. That's Tyre, Lebanon. I think that might have been from today, that building there. Because look at the smoke coming out of it. Okay. Now it just replays. I think that's a replay from, I think we already saw that part. Let's see. Do we already see this part? I can't remember. I'll just let it play. I think it's playing again. I'll let it play again. Again, this was Tyre, Lebanon, earlier today. I'll let you see that there's a big strike coming up on the right side of the screen. Right there. Wow. Yeah, it did shake the camera a bit. Yeah, there was a UN Security Council meeting today, I think on Iran. I got to look it up. It's already happened. Maybe I'll play some of that later. Maybe when I eat my food or something. I don't know. We'll see. I can play some of it too. Replay parts of it. All right, so that was from earlier today. Hang on. Now I need to go to... Why is that doing that? Oh, AFP. Hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. What happened to the Beirut feed? I think we're temporarily losing the Beirut feed. Give me a second, guys. I'll fix it. All right, so what I need to do is, we should be getting the other Beirut shot back shortly, but for now what I need to do is make this one bigger. First of all, this is not a replay. So let me make this one bigger. Get rid of that text. Get rid of this here. That there. Is this not? Oh, I know what we have to do. Okay. Maybe what I'll do is take this. Okay, better. We're back. Hey, by the way, thank you so much to, I owe a couple thank yous here. Wow. Thank you so much to Marty Hagwood. Marty, that's incredibly generous of you. Marty made a very generous donation, and also Marty gave 50 people memberships. Marty gave 50 people memberships in the chat. Wow, crazy. Marty, that's so kind of you. Please make sure you thank Marty if you got a membership from Marty. Thank you, Marty, for all your support. Very generous of you. Thank you. Also, thanks so much to Rick D. Rick gave more people memberships and another donation. So kind of Rick D. Really appreciate all your support. Thank you, Gary Rains, our new member. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Outer Rim, for your support. Outer Rim thinks Wikipedia is a corrupted, biased, anti-Israel source. Wow. That is from Outer Rim. Thank you, Outer Rim, for your support. Thank you, Richard Foley, for the sticker and your support. I really appreciate all your support. Richard Foley, thank you, Richard. For the stickers, I should say. Thank you, Richard. Also, our moderator, Cynthia Moon. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Also, give me one moment. I got another article on the UNRWA thing, which I'll have to show you. Thanks also to all of our moderators who are here. We have Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev on Twitch who are moderating. I really appreciate that. We have over on Facebook moderating right now Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Valerie Gale Griffin, thank you. Thanks to our YouTube moderators, Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, Misunderstood. Thank you, moderators. Linda Belk and Larry, thanks so much as well for moderating. We couldn't have chats without our moderators. They are the ones keeping it civil and respectful in the chat, so huge thanks to our mods. And wow, Rick D. Rick, amazing. What can I say? So we got another generous donation, very generous from Rick D. Rick, so kind of you. Thank you so much for all of your support of the channel. Rick D, wow, incredible. Thanks, guys, for supporting the channel. And I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks, Chappie, for 5 gift memberships. Thanks, Chappie. And also Desert Fox. Wow. So kind of you. Thanks, folks. Much appreciated. We will have coverage of Election Day. And we very well could be doing some election coverage before then. Thanks also so much to Arkwolf. I appreciated Arkwolf. Thank you. Okay, give me a moment here. Let me just get caught up a little bit. Have seen some reporting of fighting on the ground tonight in southern Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. Oh, let me give you another update too. Hold on, I got a couple things to mention. I haven't seen this yet from Reuters. The Jerusalem Post says the mayor of Baalbek, that's a city in eastern Lebanon, said at least 60 people were killed and dozens wounded in Israeli strikes in the Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon today. So I'll try to get you more updates on that. Ya'al Mayadeen says their correspondent in the Bekaa Valley says 63 dead and more than 110 injured in Israeli strikes on a number of villages and towns in the Bekaa Valley in the east of Lebanon. Again, we don't have a camera there, but reports of a bunch of airstrikes going on today and tonight there. I'll show you on a map where that is.
ما حنعمل له جفون.
لا مش هيك. له خطف اغتيال لا اجتياح. ليك يا محمد.
The Bekaa Valley.
وين؟ سمعتوا صوت التبع؟ شوف هلا في شيء صوت تبع طلع. لا صوت في صوت تبع قصف شو صار هلا.
I think you can see, it says Bekaa Valley there in eastern Lebanon. If you do this, if we zoom in, yeah, I think it's this, probably this green area in between the higher elevation areas on either side of it. Bekaa Valley. There's Baalbek up there. But strikes, number of strikes reported there. And people killed and injured. So while we haven't seen strikes, I saw one explosion before, which may not have been a strike. We haven't seen it in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There's been a bunch of going on in other areas in Lebanon today and tonight. Oh, did Roy Case say something about it too? He's an Israeli reporter I follow. Times of Israel says Lebanon Health Ministry reports nearly 50 killed in Israeli strikes on Baalbek in eastern Lebanon. Roy Case, who's an Israeli reporter, says in an Israeli attack on Tevnin in southern Lebanon, the house of the son of the Speaker of the Lebanese parliament was damaged. Hey, thanks by the way to Alexander G, our new member, thank you, and Rod K4DSX for being a member. Thank you so much. David L, thanks David L. I appreciate that. Thanks for being a member. Bear Mom, thank you so much, Bear Mom, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Alexander G gave a bunch of gift memberships. Thanks, Alexander G. It's really nice of you.
لا هونيك يعني ما هذيك المي اللي صار طبعا الصوت عم يوصل لخدها
MTV Lebanon News just posted very violent Israeli airstrikes on Iqlim al-Tufa in the south, the echoes and vibrations of which reach tens of kilometers. You know, we don't have cameras in these places, but reports of a lot of Israeli airstrikes coming in. Here is Iqlim al-Tufa. I thought I had it. No, maybe I can't. Iqlim al-Tufa. Is that it? Sometimes the spelling is one way online, and then I go to Google Maps and it doesn't really pick it up. It has a different spelling. I can't find it for sure. My guess is that jet is probably on the border camera. Yeah, the jet is on the border camera.
حط سبع ده انا مع المسافه هون ابعد من هون عم تحكي بالبيت
LBCI also says, which is Lebanese news channel, says, Health Emergency Operations Center says 2 Israeli airstrikes on the towns of Hosh al-Rafika and Sarin and Janta in Baalbek Hermel, that would be in eastern Lebanon as I understand it, led to the injury of 4 people. Also, I'm seeing a report. Give me a moment. By the way, speaking of Gaza, Palestinian news outlet Quds News Network says Israeli gunboats are firing shells at the southwest, are firing shells towards Rafah in southern Gaza. So we're hearing that going on. Al Arabiya, which is an Arabic language news account, news outlet, they say that their correspondent reports continuous flight of Israeli drones, reconnaissance aircraft, I assume that means drones, recon aircraft, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So supposedly some recon aircraft, which I think means drones, flying over the southern suburbs of Beirut tonight. But no strikes, I don't believe. Al Jazeera says Lebanese Ministry of Health says 60 dead and 58 injured in Israeli airstrikes on several towns in Bekaa in the east of Lebanon. Thank you to Peter Andre Olsen for your support. That's really nice of you from Norway. Thank you, Rod K4DSX. Thanks so much, Rod K4DSX, for your support. Really nice of you. Thanks also to Sushi Jezebel for the gift memberships. Thank you, Sushi Jezebel. There was some report going around today where there was a tweet that claimed that one of I think Channel 13 in Israel had said that Israel was going to launch a bigger attack on Iran, and then a bunch of people posted it, and then the tweet got deleted. I don't know if they're still reporting that or not. I don't see anything right now on Channel 12 about it, Israel. checking some of the different sources in Israeli sources. The idea would be that Israel could launch another strike on Iran, even if Iran doesn't launch a strike on Israel. That, Israel took out reportedly a lot of air defense in Iran in the strike that just happened, and so Iran would be vulnerable now because Israel would basically have control of the skies over Iran. So will Israel, maybe after the election, conduct some sort of strike on Iran? That's a different question. There's also speculation about whether Iran will conduct some sort of response to Israel for the attack. Our viewer, CSP Design, is it? Just it flew by. CSP Design thinks Iran won't do anything until after the election. Veggies No Way said Israel said at the UN they wouldn't strike unless Iran comes back at them. Is that true? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll watch the UN statement by the Israeli representative later. I hadn't heard that. Someone said they saw a flash, but I'm looking at the camera. I don't see anything. Thank you so much to Shelby Altman for the gift memberships. Wow, thanks, Shelby. Thanks so much. And also, guess who gave some more gift memberships to people on YouTube? Rick D. Wow, even more gift memberships from Rick D. It's so nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership, including Shelby and Rick. Thank you. Also, thanks Peter Andre Olsen from Norway for your support of the channel. Thank you. No, AFP stream is temporarily not there. We'll get the AFP back, but temporarily right now, AFP temporarily we don't have the Beirut feed from them. Bot sharing says, what's with the Ayatollah being sick? What's with the Ayatollah being sick is that, big surprise, there was a misleading report going around on social media. That's what's with it. It has been known that the Ayatollah is not in great health, is in poor health. He's 85 years old. He's known to not be in good health. But the New York Times had an article mentioning this, and all these social media accounts started posting that the New York Times had reported some new information that about him being sick, new information, and it wasn't new information at all. And some posts claimed that they said he had terminal cancer, which they did not report. So surprise, surprise, social media accounts with posting poorly sourced false reports about Iran and repeating each other and having it spread wide. Surprise, surprise, that is what's happened with that. The original article said that he was in poor health, but it was not. It was like he's known to be in poor health. It wasn't giving you new reporting about the Ayatollah. It was buried about 10 paragraphs in the original article, and then some accounts just started misinterpreting it or whatever and posting it, and it really took off on social media. Yes, the internet strikes again, says NY Committee. So there is no new information about that. But thank you, bot sharing, for asking about it so we could clarify.
مشباع يعني عم تحكي شبال هلا صدى الليل كمان عازف الليل
Oh, and by the way, they even corrected it actually. So the original article said he was like known to be in poor health. And they even took that part out because oh, right. So they didn't take it all. In the article, it says he is believed to be seriously ill. All right. It said that in the caption, but then they corrected it and said at the bottom, an earlier version of this article incorrectly stated what is known about the current health of Iran's supreme leader. He was said to have been ill in 2022. Anyways, as far as I saw it, the article did not say he had cancer. It was not reporting this as new information. And somehow this got twisted into claiming that the Times was reporting big new information, which they never claimed to be doing. But it's interesting, they have posted a correction saying an earlier version of this article incorrectly stated what is known about the current health of Iran's supreme leader. He was said to have been ill in 2022. But they still have a caption in the article that says he is believed to be seriously ill. So yeah, again, like he very well might be ill. He's 85 years old. But there was no big new report about it a couple days ago.
من قالوا ولا عارف حطب ولا والله يا زلمه هي انا هيك على بالي بلا بدك تاخذ وحده كبستان الدكتور غير رايه شو بدك تروح الراجل بدك تحمله كرتوني هلا شو
I mean, there's an article. Hold on. There's an article for the New York Times in 2022 that says he fell ill, and the 2022 article said that he had surgery for a bowel obstruction after extreme stomach pains and high fever. This was from 2022. And that he was in critical condition at the time before the surgery. I think that boom is from the northern, from the Israeli-Lebanon border. Yeah, there's been speculation about his health and reports about his health for a while. You know, in 2022 September, France 24 reported in September of 2022 that he has had serious health issues in the past. They said in 2014 he was treated for prostate cancer. So I don't know exactly what his health is now. I guess maybe what people did is they saw the thing kind of buried in the New York Times article, and they said, "Oh, that means he's seriously ill right now, and we didn't know that." But again, it's not something the article really emphasized. It said, like, I think the article, the way they originally said it was, he's known to be seriously ill. So the article didn't seem to be suggesting it was reporting anything new. Anyways, enough about that. People keep posting about flashes, and I don't see them. People will say there's a flash, and I look it up and I don't see what people are talking about. I mean, I see somebody posted something and there was a little blip on the screen or something, but it looked like it might have been like a camera thing, not like a strike or something. By the way, thanks to Rod K4DSX for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Rod. Super nice of you. Oh, I got the Beirut cam back from AFP. Good. All right, so hang on. So I'm going to put this back over here. This goes back over here. Oopsie. Then we're going to get this camera back. There we go. There we go. Look. We're back. Everything's back. Thanks also, SC, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you, SC. Mike Carter says you missed 4 explosions in the last 5 minutes. Well, it's weird because I don't see anyone talking about that in the chat. So I don't know why people are saying I missed it. Why one person is saying I missed 4 explosions in 5 minutes. SC is watching in Denmark.
اليوم بس قام اليوم قام كان نظر في مطارات
يشيلها معه لا ما بلا فلاش فينا اسنى
يعني كل فلاش وهبط
على الكاميرا انا الصحة النفسية يعني بتلعب دور.
Let me go back for a second and talk about this UNRWA legislation a little more. Actually, I have another report I want to show you from Gaza. Let's get a little update on Gaza. Washington Post reports IDF withdraws from northern Gaza's last operational hospital. The IDF said today that troops have withdrawn from Kamal Adwan Hospital in the northern Gaza Strip after a widely condemned days-long raid that began Friday. The IDF said its operation at northern Gaza's only operational hospital last week was based on intelligence that Hamas was using it as a base. Israel has long claimed that Hamas uses medical facilities to operate. Health workers were reportedly injured and detained. Health officials previously said and ambulances were damaged in the raid. Gaza's health ministry said 2 children in the intensive care unit were killed after the generator stopped. The IDF, in a Monday statement, said it enabled civilians to leave the hospital ahead of its operation. Let me see if I can get you the IDF statement about this. Here's a post where they talk about what is this? Hold on a second here. I have it. I have a post from Israeli forces about this hospital that I'm going to show you in Gaza. Just give me a sec. I need to pull it up here. So this post right here is from Israeli Defense Forces. They said recently, the IDF conducted a precise operation against a Hamas terrorist stronghold embedded inside the Kamal Adwan Hospital in Jabalia, Gaza, while preventing harm to citizens. This is what Israel says. In order to maintain essential hospital systems and ensure patient care, we coordinated with the hospital to activate an additional generator, ensuring electricity and oxygen supply for patients. Israel says a number of terrorists, including Hamas terrorists who took part in the October 7th massacre, had barricaded themselves inside the hospital. Approximately 100 terrorists were apprehended from the hospital compound, including terrorists who attempted to escape during the evacuation of civilians. Inside the hospital, they found weapons, terror funds, and intelligence documents in the surrounding area. Throughout the war, says Israeli forces, Hamas terrorists have repeatedly operated from inside hospitals across Gaza, using them to hold hostages, execute terror attacks, and store weapons and explosives. So the IDF withdrew from that hospital today. An IDF official claimed today that some militants had disguised themselves as medical staff, so it was forced to check the medical staff as well, says the Washington Post. Gaza's health ministry claimed today that Israeli troops had arrested and deported so many workers that just one doctor remained at the hospital. Employees at the hospital have long said the facility, which also served as a shelter for those displaced by Israel's attacks, was being pushed to the brink of collapse, citing a lack of food, fuel, medicine, and other critical supplies. Talks to reach a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza were expected to resume today, according to a person briefed on the negotiations. The talks in Qatar represent the latest effort by the U.S. to forge a ceasefire after the killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Let's see. A top UN official warned that civilians in northern Gaza are facing harrowing levels of death, injury, and destruction, describing unbearable conditions, including widespread hunger and disease amid Israel's offensive in the area. In a statement today, a spokesman for the UN Secretary General condemned military's operations and said repeated efforts to deliver humanitarian supplies essential to survive continue to be denied by Israeli authorities. The spokesman for the UN Secretary General claimed today that the conflict continues to be waged with little regard for the requirements of international humanitarian law. For weeks, says the Washington Post, Israel's military has centered much of its operations in Gaza Strip on the north, where conditions have rapidly deteriorated and where an estimated 400,000 civilians are living in destroyed buildings and among ruined infrastructure. Israel says it has renewed its offensive in the north to stop Hamas from regrouping there. But several humanitarian officials have since sounded the alarm over mounting civilian casualties and a collapsing healthcare system. So that's a little update on the situation in northern Gaza. Thank you, Bot Sharing, for your support, by the way. I appreciate it. Wessie's Corner Emporiums is on the brink for over a year now. Now, there has certainly been a lot of suffering in Gaza. Most people there have been forced to leave their homes. And I'm sure if you've been following it all, you know about the level of destruction in Gaza. Any Moment Now sent me an article from Jerusalem Post where they say an ambulance driver at the Kamal Hadwan Hospital in Jabalia in the northern Gaza Strip confirmed while being interrogated by security officials that Hamas uses hospitals for terror purposes. You can read that at Jerusalem Post. Look, I mean, with Gaza, I talk about this again and again and again. I mean, it's the same story in essence, day after day after day after month after month after month. What happens is Israel attacks some facility where they say that Hamas is, whether it's a school or a former school or a hospital or a former hospital, and Israel says, look, we're attacking it because Hamas is operating out of there. And then the Palestinian authorities will say that Israel is attacking a hospital or a school or a place where people are sheltering and taking cover, and they say innocent people are getting killed and injured and made to suffer. And I can't tell you what the exact truth is. My guess is that in a lot of these cases, most of these cases, it's somewhere in the middle. That's my guess. My guess is, yeah, at a lot of these places, Hamas is there. I can't imagine that Israel is just targeting a hospital because it's a hospital, or targeting a school because it's a school, or targeting people in tents just to do it. But at the same time, it clearly seems like innocent people are getting killed and injured in some of these raids. And so what do you do about this? How many innocent people is it okay to kill or injure to get at the Hamas people? I can't answer these questions for you. But, one side says one thing one-sided. The other side says another thing that's one-sided. Do either side really capture the full sense of what's going on? My guess is no. My guess is it's somewhere in the middle. But it's just, we could... How many times have I said this on the air in the past? There's a school, there's a former school, a hospital, a former hospital, a place where people are taking refuge, and you get the two stories on the different sides, and you can't tell exactly what's going on. So this is what's happening. Oops, what happened now? We lost the AFP shot again. I think AFP were losing the Beirut shot because other stuff is going on, and they're covering that, and they go in and out of the Beirut shot. Okay. So I get frustrated because it's just like the same thing again and again and again. And again, my guess is that, surprise, surprise, both sides are giving their own account of what's going on slanted to their side. So it's just the same two one-sided accounts again and again and again. But I'm not going to sit here and try to figure out exactly what the truth is based on one-sided accounts from both sides. And it's not like you have a lot of independent observers in Gaza. I mean, it's not like you have there's not like a robust media presence there or something like that. I mean, it's like a lot of it's been destroyed now, and it's not like outside people are being allowed in there. So, what can you say? It's just a very difficult situation. All right, let me make this big for now because for the moment, we don't have our other shot. We'll go with that for now. Matt Hartvig thinks all reporting coming out of Gaza is controlled by Hamas. I don't know about that. I mean, they're not controlling what Israel says. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, if you see stuff from the Gaza Health Ministry, that could be influenced by Hamas. I don't know. So it's hard to say. I mean, again, I think some things are clearly undeniable about what's going on there, but it's hard to get at the truth of individual incidents. Winding Road says it's confusing. Gay Ishun says for sure can't figure all out. Thank you, Teresa, for your support. Hold on a second here. Our viewer Lucas Blocks mentioned this story we had not talked about yet, which is Iran executes Iranian German national after terrorism conviction, state media says. Reuters says Iran executed Iranian German national Jamshid Sharmad after he was convicted in Iran of carrying out terrorist attacks, Iran state media said. Sharmad, who also holds U.S. residency, was sentenced to death in 2023 on charges of corruption on earth, a capital offense under Iran's Islamic laws. He was accused by Iran of heading a pro-monarchist group, accused of a deadly 2008 bombing and planning other attacks in the country. The German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, said that Jamshid Sharmad was not ever given the opportunity to defend himself on the trial against the charges leveled against him. The German Chancellor called the execution a scandal. The German foreign minister also condemned the execution and criticized the inhumane regime in Iran, and said that we made it clear to Tehran time and again the execution of a German national would have serious consequences. DW says that hold on a second here. They said before his kidnapping, believed to be in Dubai, and then detention in Iran, he had been residing in California. Fox News says his daughter lives in California and claimed that Iran was scapegoating an innocent man. Fox says he was kidnapped by the Iranian regime in Dubai in 2020 as part of a business trip. There's also a Wikipedia article on him if you want to read it. Jamshid Sharmad. A German and Iranian journalist and software engineer. The New York Times said he had permanent U.S. residency and was living in California at the time he was kidnapped. The New York Times said that he operated the website of Kingdom Assembly of Iran, a little-known group, and made videos claiming the group was arming people to fight against Iran. And the Times said the group is committed to overthrowing the government in Iran and restoring the monarchy. The Times also said that Iran has executed many opponents of the government there, but since this case got additional attention because he had Western citizenship and residency. So basically the idea is he was an Iranian-born opponent of the government. He had German citizenship, he lived in the US, he was kidnapped by Iranian agents in Dubai 4 years ago, and then he was executed today. That's the facts of the story. Anyways, there's a bunch of articles out there if you want to read more about it. Jamshid Sharmad. I mean, so. All right, it is 1:08 a.m. Israel Lebanon time. We have been bringing you updates on the situation going on in the Middle East. And I wanted to actually talk some more about the whole situation with Iran and Israel. So maybe we'll do that in a second. And take some more comments from you guys. You can reach me at Lookner on X. Oops, sorry. I'm hearing two of me for a second. A quick thank you, by the way, to Leonard Udell for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Leonard. Thank you. Also, Teresa, thanks for your support, Teresa. Really appreciate it. Let me just check a couple things here. Hopefully we get the Beirut shot from AFP back soon. There was an interesting story I saw overnight about the iron beam. Where was that one? Yes. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that Israel's in-development high-powered laser interception system, dubbed Iron Beam, is expected to be operational within a year, the Director General of the Defense Ministry says. Again, this is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. The first capability of a ground laser system to shoot things down is expected to enter operational service a year from today, he said. The Iron Beam is designed to work in tandem with systems like Iron Dome and shoot down similar projectiles. A new agreement between the ministry and manufacturers will significantly increase the rate of production in order to supply the laser systems on time and at a high rate. Kot says they've been field testing it, works very well. That's what our viewer Kot says. M. Grafasi says Star Wars has arrived. Hobgoblin says it's laser warfare now. Oh, I have an article about it. Look. Little article. Israel signs deal to expand production of missile defense laser. From Reuters. Israel's defense ministry said today it signed a 2 billion shekel, $536 million deal with local contractors to expand production of a new laser-based missiles defense system that could be operational in the next year. The deal is for a high-power laser called Iron Beam that is designed to counter aerial threats, including rockets, mortar bombs, drones, and cruise missiles. It will supplement the Iron Dome system, which shoots down rockets and missiles fired at Israel, using radar-guided missiles to blow up short-range threats. That's what the Iron Dome does. The Director General of Israel's Defense Ministry said Iron Beam heralds the beginning of a new era in warfare. Iron Beam is seen by experts as a much cheaper alternative for neutralizing enemy rockets and drones than the interceptor missiles Israel currently uses. I believe Wikipedia says that the Iron Dome interceptions cost roughly $100,000 per interception. According to Wikipedia. Interceptions $100,000 to $150,000 per interception. Pretty Sraz says it costs less, but has problems with weather and distance. I'm going to give you some more updates on this.
بضل داير ما بيدفي السخان بالضبط. ايه اللي عليك السخان قطعه والله هيك بقع كله.
AP says Israel is developing a new system to intercept incoming threats with laser technology. Israel has said this system will be a game changer because it would be much cheaper to operate than existing systems. According to Israeli media reports, the cost of a single Iron Dome interception is about $50,000, while the other systems can run more than $2 million for intercepting a missile each time. Iron Beam interceptions, by contrast, would cost a few dollars a piece, according to Israeli officials. A few dollars a piece. AP also says the Iron Beam will be produced by 2 Israeli companies and it is expected to be ready in a year's time. Israel already has an elaborate multi-layered aerial defense system that relies on interceptors to strike down incoming missile fire and drones. But Israel has said the Iron Beam system will be a game changer because it will be much cheaper to operate than existing systems. It is expected to be operational within a year. The current aerial defense array includes the Iron Dome, which intercepts short-range missiles and drones, David's Sling, which intercepts medium-range missiles, and the Arrow, which intercepts long-range ballistic missiles. Interesting. Interesting. So within a year, you could be seeing Iron Beam shoot-downs. Wikipedia has a whole article about it too. Iron Beam. It has a range of up to 6 miles, 6.2 miles. The system, the system could also intercept drones. It says the cost is $2 to $5 per interception. That's what Wikipedia says. $2 to $5 per interception. It uses a fiber laser to generate a laser beam to destroy an airborne target. The main benefits of using a directed energy weapon over conventional missile interceptors, says Wikipedia, are lower costs per shot, unlimited number of firings, lower operational costs, and less manpower. There is also no interceptor debris to fall on the area protected. The disadvantages of using energy weapons include the requirement for the beam to penetrate the atmosphere, so clouds may prevent use. Interesting. The beam must be held on the target, which may be spinning for several seconds before enough energy is delivered to destroy it. That makes it difficult to stop a barrage of several missiles, even if the system is effective. So that volley fire of interceptors continues to be required. There is also the possibility of rockets being sheathed in heat-resistant material to withstand an energy beam for longer. Energy weapons may be more effective against slower-flying drones, with relatively delicate rotors, control flaps, and guidance systems vulnerable to shorter laser attack than fast rockets. This technology may also prove effective against paratroopers, it says. The cost of each interception is negligible, unlike expensive missile interceptors, says Wikipedia. A few dollars direct cost per shot and around $2,000 to cover all costs against $100,000 to $150,000 per interceptor firing. However, this is interesting. However, setting up and deploying an energy weapon such as Iron Beam is costly. Despite the low cost per firing, it may not be the most cost-efficient defense. Anyways, you can read more about that on Wikipedia. Has a whole article about Iron Beam. BC says, cover your missiles and mirrors sounds like counter. Well, I'm sure other Israel's enemies will try to think of ways to counter it and is thinking of it. Zeta Mail says Iron Beam big cost is up front for the system. Hey, thanks so much to Kathy Cleary, our new member. Thanks, Kathy. Also, Tia Marie. Thanks for your support, Tia Marie. Thank you, Ellen Zen, our new member. And thank you to DJ. DJ gave 20 people memberships. Wow. Thanks, DJ. Make sure you thank DJ or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Also, thanks to Bobby C. Bobby says, did the Lebanese government approve of Israel's actions on their sovereign territory? Or are they just taking it because they can't stop them? So for a couple things. First of all, no, I don't think there was any approval by the Lebanese government of the actions on Israel's on their territory. Also, Lebanon's army is not as strong as Hezbollah, but also a lot of their funding, I believe, comes from the U.S. So the Lebanese army isn't going to start attacking Israeli forces. So I understand your point about like, wow, Israel can just go into Lebanese territory and do what they want. Well, they can if nobody stops them, and nobody's stopping them right now. But you know, I don't, you could say there's different reasons you could raise, but for why that's the case. But the bottom line is that there's not the will or probably the force in Lebanon to start firing on, are you talking about the Lebanese army firing on Israeli forces? And that would create all kinds of political issues. So my guess is yeah, I'm guessing a lot of people in Lebanon would prefer Israel doesn't come in, but maybe some do. Maybe some are like, well, this is if they can weaken Hezbollah, better for the country. You know, some people probably think that, but militarily, the Lebanese army wouldn't be any kind of match for Israel's army. Also, there's you know, in a different world, maybe if all the rest of the countries in the world were against it, they would unite and say stop Israel. But that's not happening. So at a certain point, you know, there is either enough pressure from around the world or not, both militarily and politically and otherwise, to keep someone from doing it or not. Baal says, I'm Lebanese and I support Israel weakening Hezbollah. So I am not an expert on Lebanon, not an expert on the politics of Lebanon and all that, but you know, there's a lot of complicated factors here. But you can imagine reasons why Lebanon would either not want to or not be able to stop Israel's incursion on its territory. Also, the government is also notoriously messed up there. They haven't had a president, I believe, in a couple of years. It's known as being a dysfunctional state, where the government there's a lot the government might do in other countries that they don't do in Lebanon. So again, I'm not an expert on it, but you can find articles out there about how dysfunctional the government is. It's also this, by law, it's a coalition government because there are Shia Muslims and Sunni Muslims and Christians in Lebanon, and I believe legally they all are entitled to a part in this coalition government. John C. says there hasn't been a president for well over 3 years. Wikipedia says October 20th to October 2022 was the last president, 2 years ago. I mean, just a little bit of background here. This is from the Washington Post from a couple days ago. U.S. push for political reform in Lebanon collides with harsh realities. So they say, in the years before Israel invaded Lebanon, Lebanon's political system was deadlocked as Hezbollah and its allies vied with opponents over who should be president. Now that Hezbollah is weakened and its leadership decapitated, the United States wants to break that stalemate, but its overtures have only put Lebanon's fragile stability on display. It points out, the article, that Lebanon's political system is factious and fragile. Lebanon's sect-based system of power sharing, developed after the country's ruinous 1975 to 1990 civil war, has regularly resulted in political deadlock, says the Washington Post. The parliament's inability to decide on a president has created a widening void that no one bloc is strong enough to fill on its own, and that Hezbollah has used to further entrench itself. I think we got the AFP camera back. And by the way, just to remind people, I know it can be confusing. Hezbollah is different from Lebanon. Hezbollah is a Shia Muslim political party and armed group that is supported by Iran and plays a role in the government of Lebanon, but they are not the government of Lebanon. They are a group, a powerful military group and political party that also provides social services for a significant number of Shia Muslims in the country. What happened here with the, oops, we're supposed to get this back. Oh, I know. There we go, we're back, see? Oh, there's a rocket alert, people are saying. I just saw explosion. I just saw something. I just saw a boom. Hold on. All right, I'm sorry. I just saw a boom on the big camera. I think we just heard some booms on the border camera. I just saw a flash on the AFP camera. It looked like maybe a strike on the AFP camera. Did you guys see that? Now I heard some booms on. Oh, big! There it is on view 2. We just saw it on view 2. You're going to hear a boom on view 2 now, I bet too. Unless, I mean, that's an area where there was an explosion before we came on the air. Before we came on the air, there was an explosion near there. And I showed it to you earlier, and I said, nobody's reporting an airstrike, but it looked like an airstrike to me. I wonder if it's in the same place. Could this be like another secondary explosion or something like that? Because we just saw, it was the same flash. Camera 2 is behind camera 1. So I do wonder if that was not an airstrike. I do wonder if it was the same location as there was a few hours ago. And it's a really big explosion. Oh, there's smoke there now. Hold on. Look, you can see smoke. I'll replay that for you. Is there smoke? Sort of. Is that the white smoke coming out of there? See the white smoke on the Beirut cam too? The white smoke there? Right in here. Let me see if I can find anything from Lebanese media. Though that boom you just heard is from the border, there was a rocket alert north of Kiryat Shimona on the border while that was going on. So I need to check, and people didn't say, did people see any interceptors go up on the border camera? Nobody's saying they saw any interceptors on the border camera. But that was a big explosion. All right, hold on. There's no reporting in Lebanon of a new airstrike in the Beirut area. So it's confusing. People are saying they did not see interceptors on the border camera. I'm going to replay that for you. That was a big flash. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll actually get a replay where I can make it really big for you. When did that happen? What was the time code of that? About 2 minutes ago or something? Maybe it's something that was hit before and it just keeps blowing up today. $130.52? $130.19? $130.20? 130.20 was the original one on camera 1. Yeah, I'll replay for that for you in a second. So it would have been about 4 minutes ago. So let me pull a replay of that for you guys from about 4 minutes ago. All right, I'm pulling that right now. Here is a replay of, on camera 1, what we just saw. It's very strange, because it looks like an airstrike, but nobody's reporting an airstrike. All right, here's this replay here. Watch the lower left here. Look at the lower left. Look at that. That's a big explosion. Looks like it. Is it secondaries? Jay Claus thinks it was a flare-up. Barry thinks it was a flare-up. All right, now let me show you. I actually have a replay of it on camera 2. It's really strange. Oops, I got the wrong replay. I'll get to replay now. Hold on. Hang on. Where is it here? Here it is. All right, so this would have been about 6 or 7 minutes ago. All right, I'm getting you that replay right now. You can see it is smoking there. The smoke is coming out. Look. See? Look at that. That's still happening. Two spots have smoke? I can make that the big camera if you want. We'll make this the big one for the moment. We'll shrink this one a little bit. Oh, it's going to be tough, though. How are we going to do this? This is going to be difficult. I have to make this smaller. Super small. I'm going to put this one down here just for now. It looks so bad. Maybe I'll take off the border camera right now just for the moment. We can always put the border camera back. I got to show you the replay. Hold on. So there's Beirut view 2 up here. All right, so let me show you the replay now of what happened. We're going to show you the replay. Wow, that was really big. That was really big. Watch this. Here we go. Here we go. This is a replay. Watch this. Look at that. That's big. Was there smoke there before? See, there was smoke there before. That's the thing. There's already smoke there, and then it lights up. I'll pause it if I can at that moment. I think that's the same place as earlier. I think that's the same place as right before I came on the air. There it is. So right before we came on the air, there was another one, and it was like in the same place. And I think it's maybe been burning for hours and hours. Rock and Roll Lives says something blew up and fired. Captain Jerry Donnelly says ammo dump. So maybe it's a secondary thing. Because again, it's not being reported as a new strike. Digger66 says secondary. Sir Carl von Beeple Mixley, our subscriber, says it's giving secondary explosion vibes. A Moment of Lovely says it's big. Anyways, well, let's go back to live. Oops. We'll go back to live now. Rasta Boy thinks it's a secondary. Paulus Thompson says, is that the same area of the strike that looked like an oil or gas source yesterday? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the same place that was burning yesterday. There was a couple of fires burning yesterday. Diane Allworth says, hope people are more than 300 meters away. Susan Priest Buchner says that's huge. Yes, Jamie says there was smoke there before. But Paula Thompson says a long time from the last to be secondary. I mean, it's just, if it were an airstrike, I think it'd be reported, and we just haven't seen it being reported. Charlie Polvino says that cricket is ridiculous. Which camera is that from? Oh, the cricket is from the Beirut camera. Hey, thanks to our subscribers, by the way, over on Twitch, like Alyat Zion and Relila, and A Moment of Lovely, and McBritches, and New Dragons, and Digger, and Ginger, Ace High, Catnip, Absict Lichys Versihen, Mr. Bigley, Uncredible, Shaggy, Wall Street, Whoopsley, Catnip, Holistic. Thanks to all of our subscribers. Thanks A Moment of Lovely for the bits. Thanks NW Evault Man for the bits on Twitch as well. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. And thanks to our YouTube, our Facebook subscribers. Like Beth Shepard, Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, Susan Priest-Buchner. All of our subscribers over there. Robert Rial II. Kay Lowry Body. Valerie Gail Griffin, Margaret Riley. Thank you. It is still smoking there. Thanks also to our new member, Ray. Thank you, Ray. Thanks, Evil Black, for the 10 memberships. Wow, that's really nice of you. Thanks, Evil. And Kenny Hoover, for our new member. Thank you, Kenny Hoover. Sorry, I'm just checking for some updates here. Give me a moment.
هلا الاسرائيليين شو عملوا؟ في عندهم هذا بيركبوا له للقذيفه، القذيفه العاديه قذيفه المدفع 150 صحيح؟ بيركبوا له راس رح يوجهوه مثل شو اسمه مثل مكنه هيك، مكنه كهربائيه الكترونيه بحطها ببرمجها عرفت كيف؟ بتصير على الجي بي اس، بتصير قذيفه مدفعيه موجهه، بتصير دقيقه، هو المدفع بالعاده انت بترمي للتغطيه عرفت كيف؟ ممكن على الهزه على الرجه يزيح كذا، بس هذه قد ما هز ورج وكذا.
Checking some of the message people have sent me as well. The boom you just heard is going to be from the northern border camera. But I don't have the northern, I have the audio on, but not the, I don't have the, it's confusing. I have the audio on from the northern border camera, but not the camera because I want to see what's going on the other two cameras. And it doesn't really fit in the middle here because the smoke is coming out. Why is this camera moving? Now this camera is moving. I'm not sure why. Now it seemed to just move back. Is this camera noticing something? View 2? Doesn't seem like it. See, this one is just like, I mean, I could throw this down here. Do that. Probably not going to see anything right there. Why don't we do that? Why do I have two things? All right, hold on. Hang on a moment.
تكتيكي يعني انت اذا ضربت نووي مطرح ضربته ضرب اشتغل هو على العصر عم بيشتغل على مش نووي هذا بيطلع اشعاع او بيقتل الدولة ضربة على بيروت بيمحي 4-5 كيلو 4-5 طول بعرض.
I'm just putting up a new text thing here. Just give me one moment. Where is this now? There we go. Just to have it up here, we'll put this down here. I know it's small. Okay, that's better. Yeah, the booms I think you're hearing lately are just on the border camera where we hear a lot of them. I do want to mention, because we've been talking about it, thanks to our member Alexandra, by the way, I want to mention this story again because we were talking about it earlier, and it's the one about Israel passing laws that are like, again, are that might result in the UN relief agency, which helps Palestinians, not being able to provide aid in Gaza. See, Israel approves 2 bills that could halt the UN UNRWA's aid delivery to Gaza. What does that mean? This picture is from an UNRWA warehouse, by the way, right there. That is from AP. So let's talk about that for a second, just to, in case people didn't see the earlier discussion. This might have some new stuff in there. Thanks, by the way, to NFT, our member. I appreciate that. So AP says Israel's parliament has passed 2 laws that could prevent the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, a main provider of aid to Gaza, from being able to continue to work. The laws ban the agency, UNRWA, from operating in Israel, designate it a terror organization, and cut all ties between the agency and the Israeli government. It's the culmination of a long-running campaign against the agency, which Israel says has been infiltrated by Hamas. But supporters say Israel's real aim is to sideline the issue of Palestinian refugees. UNRWA is the major distributor of aid in Gaza and provides education, health, and other basic services to millions of Palestinian refugees across the region, including in Israeli-occupied West Bank. The head of the agency called the move unprecedented on X following the vote and said the bills will only deepen the suffering of Palestinians, especially in Gaza, where people have been going through more than a year of sheer hell. Israel accuses UNRWA of turning a blind eye to staff members that it says belong to Hamas, divert aid, and use UNRWA facilities for military purposes. Israel says around a dozen of UNRWA's 13,000 employees in Gaza participated in the October 7th attack on southern Israel. UNRWA denies it knowingly aids armed groups and says it acts quickly to purge any suspected militants among its staff. One of the bills bans all UNRWA activities in Israel on Israeli soil and is set to take effect in 3 months. The second bill designates UNRWA a terrorist organization, severs all ties between Israeli government employees and UNRWA, and strips its staff of their legal immunities. Together, the bills would likely bar the agency from operating in Israel and the Palestinian territories because Israel controls access to both Gaza and the West Bank. I see. So, while Gaza and the West Bank aren't technically Israel, Israel controls access to them. So, if Israel doesn't want UNRWA operating there and won't give access, they can't operate there. UNRWA could force the agency to relocate its headquarters from Israel-annexed East Jerusalem. The head of UNRWA warned that humanitarian operations in Gaza may disintegrate if the legislation passes, which it now has, disrupting the provision of food, shelter, and health care as winter sets in. Gaza's population of some 2.3 million people is almost entirely dependent on aid to survive. Let me repeat that. Gaza's population of some 2.3 million people is almost entirely dependent on aid to survive, AP says. Around 90% of the population has been displaced in the war. Hundreds of thousands live in tent camps and schools turned into shelters, most of them run by UNRWA. They run most of the tent camps and shelters. Experts say hunger is rampant. Israel's campaign in Gaza, in retaliation for the October 7th attack, has, according to Gaza's health ministry, killed over 43,000 Palestinians, which would include Hamas members among them. Israel is reportedly considering taking over aid distribution itself or subcontracting it, but Israel has yet to put forth a concrete plan. Any such effort would likely require a large number of Israeli troops and other resources at a time when Israel is at war with on two fronts in Gaza and Lebanon. Other UN agencies and aid groups say there is no substitute for UNRWA, which also runs 96 schools hosting around 47,000 students, 3 vocational training centers, and 43 health centers in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. I'm going to read a little more of the story because I think it's interesting. This is from AP. They say a decades-old mission rooted in the conflict's bitter history. The UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, was established to help the 700,000 estimated Palestinians who fled or were driven out of what is now Israel during the 1948 war surrounding Israel's creation. UNRWA supporters say Israel hopes to erase the Palestinian refugee issue by dismantling the agency. Israel says the refugees should be permanently resettled in other countries, and Israeli opponents of the agency have suggested ending UNRWA services would force them to do so. Palestinians say refugees and their descendants, who now number nearly 6 million, should be allowed to exercise their right under international law to return home. Israel refuses, saying the result would be a Palestinian majority inside its borders. The issue was among the thorniest in the peace process, which ground to a halt in 2009. UNRWA operates schools, health clinics, infrastructure projects, and aid programs in the refugee camps that have grown into urban neighborhoods in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. A long-running dispute over UNRWA's neutrality. AP says Israel says hundreds of Palestinian militants work for UNRWA without providing evidence of that, and that more than a dozen employees took part in Hamas's October 7th attack. UNRWA immediately fired the employees accused of taking part in the October 7th attack. An independent investigation earlier this year found that UNRWA had robust mechanisms to ensure its neutrality, but pointed to gaps in implementation including staff publicly expressing political views and textbooks with problematic content in UNRWA-run schools. UNRWA says it thoroughly investigates any allegations of wrongdoing and holds staff accountable, and that it provides lists of all its staff to Israel and host countries. It says Israel has largely ignored its request to provide evidence for its claims against UNRWA staffers. Israel has repeatedly struck UN schools turned shelters, claiming Hamas fighters operate inside them. Israel also says it has uncovered tunnels running near or under UNRWA facilities. UNRWA has long been the single biggest employer in Gaza, where the population has been impoverished by years of Israeli and Egyptian blockades. Hamas has ruled the territory since 2007, and it has civilian political operations alongside its armed wing. The militant wings of Hamas and other groups are highly secretive, their members virtually unknown outside of intelligence agencies. That complicates efforts by civilian organizations to vet employees. An UNRWA teacher in southern Lebanon was killed last month along with his family in an Israeli airstrike. It then emerged he was also a senior Hamas commander, something he had kept secret. The head of UNRWA said this person was suspended without pay in March after the agency learned he belonged to Hamas's political party and that an investigation had been launched. He said he didn't know that this person was a militant commander until after his death. Also, something else to know about UNRWA. UNRWA has strong international support, says AP. Several Western countries suspended funding for UNRWA after the allegations related to the October 7th attack, all except the United States, which had been its biggest donor, have since restored it. The Biden administration recently warned Israel that if it did not allow more aid into Gaza, it could lose out on some of the crucial American military assistance it has relied on throughout the war. The letter sent by the Secretary of State and the Defense Secretary of the U.S. to Israel said that the U.S. shared Israeli concerns about the serious allegations of UNRWA employees taking part in the October 7th attack and Hamas misusing UNRWA facilities, but it said that enacting these bill's restrictions would devastate the Gaza humanitarian response at this critical moment, which could have implications under relevant U.S. law and policy. The U.S. and the EU have come out today and said they are against these anti-UNRWA laws passed today by Israel. Okay. And a joint statement from Canada, Australia, France, Germany, Japan, South Korea, and Britain last week expressed grave concern over the legislation. It said UNRWA provides essential and life-saving humanitarian aid, the provision of which would be severely hampered, if not impossible, without it. So that was a whole article, which I thought was real interesting and informative about UNRWA and the current situation by AP. As I said before, I don't know what's going to happen there. The law, I think, takes 90 days, or at least some of the law takes 90 days before being the law that says they can't work on Israel in Israel and they're banned on Israeli territory, which would have the effect, I guess, of not allowing them to work in Gaza and the West Bank. That takes place in 90 days. So is Israel going to really shut down UNRWA activities in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 90 days? Or are they going to reach some kind of compromise? I don't know. But Israel I think it would be demanded by other countries that if they're going to shut down UNRWA, they need to provide an alternative and have an alternative ready to go. And they have not presented a plan yet for doing so. Anyways, I'll take some comments from you. Mr. Tate thinks the UN is corrupt. Elgato Luchar Pelea says shut it down. Again, if you're going to shut it down, you got to provide some other way of getting aid, because that's how a lot of people are surviving in Gaza these days. Blue Moon says UNRWA employees have been terrorists. To be clear also, Israel says around a dozen of UNRWA's 13,000 employees in Gaza participated in the October 7th attack. It also says that some UNRWA employees have been affiliated with Hamas. But they have 13,000 employees in Gaza. Eileen says, what about Egypt? Why can't UNRWA bring aid in through Egypt? So the Egypt border, it's an interesting question. First of all, right now, Israel right now actually controls the Gaza-Egypt border. Israel, it's called the Philadelphia corridor, the line separating, the strip separating the strip in Gaza next to Egypt. Israel moved troops in there during the last year. So Israel right now controls the border between Egypt and Gaza. Thank you, NFT, for your support. I really appreciate that. NFT from Canada. By the way, thank you to, hold on a second here. Thank you to Janice McConnell for your support. I really appreciate that, Janice. Thank you. Also, Kieran Wilson. Thank you, Kieran. And, hey, that is very generous of you. Leo Gar. Leo suggests a compressor. Yeah, I'll check it out, Leo. It's when I've tried messing with the audio sometimes I don't like some of the negative effects it has, but I will look into it again, Leo. I do appreciate the suggestion. Thank you, Leo. It's another difficulty is that, you know, I look different ways, and sometimes I'm focusing over here, and sometimes I'm over here, and the microphone is not moving with me. So it can go up and down a bit. But I will look into it. Thank you, Leo Gar. I really appreciate your support. Leo is in Argentina. That's neat. Thanks for watching from Argentina. CivLab doesn't want a compressor. It's not every once in a while. It's good to kind of check out different options, technical options. I think when I have some time. It's been so busy. That area is still smoking back there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some food soon. You know that? That's what I'm gonna have to do. Maybe I'll do that.
خطاب العصب شو اي عصب في طرف طرف انت قديش عندك انت بدك اخر شيء الصوت هون ضوئيه معتدله معه مش عم تخطب انت بجرد كسر وين انت عم تخطب معه بدك تتعاطى معه.
All right, I'm going to take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. That's what I'm going to do. That is what I am going to do. It is 2:08 a.m. in Israel and Lebanon.
ما تتميز ما تروح انت تعمل ملك اكثر من الملك. هو بده يسلب المسيح يخسر.
You know what I can do? I can actually move. Now the wind is like blowing that smoke, so I can put the smoke back up here. That's not what I was. That's not. It's obviously not Beirut view. Okay.
انت وقت بتكون نائب انت بتكون نائب في البرلمان تقول مش كمان اذا انت نائب عن طائفتك يقلع لك الوقوع. اذا انت نائب على البرلمان عن الشعب اللبناني بدك تشوف حيثيات الشعب اللبناني سوا. ما بدك تيجي تقول والله انا نائب عن سنة بيروت.
Okay. Let me do this. By the way, shout out to our moderators who've been here. I really, really appreciate it, moderators. Thank you. They are keeping the chat civil and respectful. They're awesome. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you, Ronald Egnor. Oh, heard a boom on the border camera. Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, Kay Lowry, Body, Valerie Gale Griffin, Bess Shepherd on Facebook. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, A Moment of Lovely, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Also, thanks Miss Me77 for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you. On YouTube, Roberts May Queen, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Sarah55, all moderating there. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. So give me... Five minutes. 5 minutes or so. Oops, that's obviously too big. Move this over a little bit. Steve will be back in 5 minutes. All right, let me put my food in. I'm coming back after I put my food in the air fryer, and we'll continue our coverage.
مش هيضل عايش يعني. شلون مثلا هلا مين مثلا فرح
اللي كانوا عايشين مع السيد عباس كانوا يقولوا نفس الحكي اللي احنا هلا عملناه. واجى بدانا السيد حسن، بدانا السيد بدانا السيد في كذا هلا بس ان شاء الله يكون يتحمل المسؤوليه.
خلي يشارك الزلمه اللي قاعد بتسمع طول الليل.
لا هنا عم بتسمع بدل السيد ما حيجي شخص.
حاسالك سؤال يا اخي سيدي حسن.
بس بالاخر يعني كيف بدي اقول لك الفكر بده يكمل يعني.
ربك يعني بنسأله يا اخي هالزلمه يا اخي قاعد جوا الزلمه مش بلادي بقى قاعد عم طالع. اللي حيسالك سؤال يوم مين صار؟ هو شايف شيعة هلا عم يتخانقوا مع بعضهم.
لا لا عم بسأل سؤال.
خلينا على بعدين.
برأيك انت جميل هذا حضر موضوع جميل شو هذا حضر موضوع لو حدا اجى من اولاده بيحضر موضوع
لا مش على ايامي كمان
ايه بس انت قاري عنه اكيد مش عم بحكيك
طبعا.
هيدي الكاريزما
لا ما اجى رئيس.
هي الكاريزما ما في حدا
ما اجى رئيس.
ما بيجي حدا
بس انتبه انت
كشخصية
رئيس جمهورية انت اليوم عم تحكي يعني هو على ايام كميل شرف كان غير، كان عنده صلاحيات. هلا ما عنده صلاحيات.
بس عم تحكي الذكاء.
لا ما
الذكاء. انا في شغله ذكيه. انا كنت يعني انا من انا وصغير كنت واحد رئيس. انا وصغير اخر شيء بس البر الامر الله والباقي اجى من بعده دمروا الدوله ودمروا المؤسسه. وهذا الشيء الوحيد كان عندنا كره ولكن بعد اتضح لي بعد ما فيش اتضح لي انه الدوله على ايام فعلا بنى شيء اسمه مؤسسات وكان من الناس اللي اشتغلوا معه كانوا صادقين بالاساسيات ولكن وقت الشباب هو وقت اللي هو معروف يقول انا اعطوني لبنان والجيل كتب الطير وكتب الطروح يعني لا حول ولا قوه ما عندي شيء اعمل ما في ولا معنا ولكن فعلا فعلا تاريخ المؤسسات ما فيك بدها ترحم على مع انه وقته قد انا يمكن انا لو صغير كبير كنت انا احكم انا اكيد نحن اليوم كل شيء في مؤسسات نحن شاملين سلمونا حكموا مشكلة الموضوع حكموا البلد وصلوا لمرحلة نحن أو لا أحد مسحوا الآخرين وصلوا لمرحلة الشيعة آخر شيء شو بدنا الشيعة كانوا يقولوا فينا ممنوع تتوظف ممنوع تكون أنت لواء أحسن من لواء الشيعة وصلوا لمرحلة ممكن يحدد هي الغلطانة فيك تطلق أي قناة وصل لمرحلة إذا كنت الجيش لواء ولازم يكون واحد السلام بمعنى انه هيدي الرتبه في لك رتبه ممنوع تقع
ممنوع عميد.
ايه ممنوع وصل لمرحله انقلت الامور في ظلم اليوم ممكن تجي تظلم طائفه
خرايط شوف في خرايط ايه بس ليش يعني امك حرامية يا امك خرايط واو
لذلك حكمت السنيه بوجود رفيق الحبيب من بعض الطائف
من اثنين
حتى
حرامية
رجعوا استلموا الشيعة البلد وحرقوا انت اليوم هذا البلد لا يحكم بالقوات ان كان مروني سياسي او كانت السنيه او كانت السنيه او كانت الشيعة. لذلك اليوم لازم نحن نتواصل تواصل مشترك انه طائفه وحده تتمسك بالمراكز وتلغي الطوائف الاخرى. هذا اللي عم نحكي فيه، وهذا اللي عم نوقع فيه، وهذا اللي نحن عم نقول هذا البلد عم يدفع ثمنه بكل طوائف.
لازم تنلغى الطائفة.
اكيد الطائفيه لازم تنلغى ونرجع
الستة من المشاغل اللي على ابوها
نرجع شيء اخرج انت
بمعنى كلام احنا كيف نميز يعني
هودي الزعماء شعب.
كيف بدك
بهذا الطريقه
تقطع هيدي الشغله؟
ما انت
والله ما
كيف
كنا بنعرف عنها شيء.
كيف
انا بالاغتيال الحريري ما كنت بعرف شو يعني شيء، والله العظيم ما
انت
كنت.
لا توصل لمرحله.
بس ما المشكله عم تتوارث للاجيال.
ما هي مشكلة الزعماء السياسيين اللي عنده قائد شو قال لك؟ قال لك نرجع نحن قائدين اولا نلاقي حدا قدر حدا قدر والله انا زعيم ومسؤول وغدا وهيك البلد وسير البلد
يعني ما هو حق
بيجي بلغي حالي.
يعني ما هو حق جبران.
هو مشكلته جبران بصير وين كانت مشكلته؟ يعني هون وين كانت مشكلته؟ هون اجى يا خيي طرح حلو عملت تمام. قال يا خيي انا جاي لابني وطن وجاي اسمعني جاي لابني وطن وجاي لحتى اعمل
عن جد فعليا
المشكله مش قصه انتبه مش قصه بخلوه. ما جبران اللي سرقوه قبل جبران سرق قدم جبران هو زاد ما خلى شيء. ما جبران سبقهم خيي والله هذا حقيقه واقع. انا ما عندي مشكله.
انا بقول لك وين.
Thanks for your patience.
اعطيك ابسط مثل.
I am making food in the air fryer. Another.
ضل يعرض.
We have not heard that many booms from the border camera tonight.
معامل الكهرباء. ضل يقول هودي بدهم يجيبوا.
So maybe there's border fighting not going on in other parts of the border. It's a long border. I want to say it's like 75 miles along the border between Israel and Lebanon. So maybe there could be border fighting going on, not at that part of the border. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to Tracy Mosley. Tracy Mosley, thanks so much for your support. That's really nice of you.
اذا انت عضو بلديه ليك انا كنت عضو بلديه اول ما رحت.
Yeah, if you look on a map, it's a long border between Israel and Lebanon. I mean, it goes all the way here. So, right? I mean, basically all of this. So even just in a straight line, that would be... Oopsie. Even just a straight line is about, that's 42 miles in a straight line, but it's not even, you know, so it's long. Maybe when I get back, we'll talk about this question of from eating, what Iran is going to do, and what Israel's going to do with respect to Iran.
ايه ما كان
مشان عون عطاه بنته روح عم يشحن يعني.
هي حبيبي اول شغله اسمعني بس رح احكيك شغله فيك تراجع
مين راجع مين اصلا؟
جوجل بتلاقي كل شيء. جوجل رح تلاقيه.
يعني انت قصدك راجع جوجل.
Oh, there's a neat map here. Let me show you this from the Institute for the Study of War. They have a map confirmed IDF strikes in Iran. And they show around 20 locations. This map shows confirmed strike locations. Gas field, petrochemical complex and port, gas machinery factory, missile factory. But all of the locations hit were, I have to give you an update on this. basically what was reportedly hit was missile production facilities, including like producing missile fuel and air defense. Although there may have been another, like I've been seeing reports today of maybe one targeted an oil facility, maybe as like a threat or something. We'll talk about that more later. I'm going to post a link to that map in the chat. I'll post a link to the Institute for the Study of War map in the chat.
باريس 2 باريس 15 وصلنا له اخر شيء شو عم بالشغل شو عم بالشغل اصلا مش جبني على بعض
But that's a good site, Institute for the Study of War.
رجع لأمين لحود هذا الزلمه
I thought I saw a different map from them I was going to show you.
جسر رجال الديب لبعض
Give me like 20 seconds. Hang on.
20 سنة عم بيعملوا جسر رجال الديب
عم بقول لكم انه لا النظام مش فاسد.
هيدي مثلا جسر رجال الديب مثلا
رح اعطيك مثل بسيط رح اعطيك مثل بسيط رح اعطيك على كفه لحظه اعطيك انا
بلد مثل بلدنا
نظافه
في بنية تحتية بلد
رح اعطيك انا نظافه الكهف شخص انا فيه انا بعتبر سنين الحصوا بس مش عندنا شيعه ولا كله سرقه كله كعب كله سكينه بسيطه بدأ له حزب بدأ له حزب بدأ له حزب بدأ له حزب
Damien says, so will Israel strike again? Yeah, I mean, there's been some discussion that, who knows, maybe after the election they would. I don't know. One of our viewers said Israel in their UN speech today said they wouldn't do that. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe we'll watch that later. There's something else I forgot I wanted to mention too.
بس هيدي ما تبلش بالطريق لو كان الطرقات بلبنان مكلفه مش الدولارات
Oh, yesterday, this report came out that Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, that the Khamenei in Hebrew X account, which had recently started, had been like suspended by X. And I was thinking, oh, it probably got suspended because it wasn't like really his account. But I actually think it was really an official account that had just started in Hebrew. So I saw some sort of article on that. See if I can find it for you.
اخي شو بتشتغل؟ نائب وزير شو بتشتغل اخي قديش معاشها؟ كله حرام عقدت مظفر نواب دم في هذا الشهر
هي غير مشكلة الاسكان الاسكان لمين معمول؟ للطبقة الفقيرة روح جيب لي واحد طبقة فقيرة
Oh, Unlogic says it was reinstated. Was it reinstated? Was it reinstated? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, Times of Israel said his Hebrew language account was suspended one day after it was open. There was no immediate comment from X or Elon Musk, its owner, on the matter. Hold on. Is it back? Khamenei Hebrew? I thought I just tried to go to it and I couldn't find it. Unless I spelled it wrong. Oh, oops, I did.
بكل الدول اتصلت ببلاش هيدي
Oh, it's back.
خدمة من
It's there.
ضروري ببلاش بس شيء رمزي.
This is it right here. And it has a great check. Khamenei Hebrew. There it is. So it's back. It's not suspended anymore.
معك خبر الانترنت بمعظم الدول انت وماشي بالشارع
For what it's worth. When I checked it before, it didn't have the gray check. But maybe I checked the wrong one.
انا يا اخي انا بدي اقول لك شغله اوكرانيا هي فوضى
DJ Rob said maybe it had to be verified first. Maybe. I thought it didn't have a check before, a gray check, which is, I think, like for a government entity.
4 سنين 5 سنين ما بيختلف خط ما بيختلف هون النهب ما يكفي بعد 30 شهر 4 5 ايام بيطيروا لك
وين عم بيروحوا؟
But it is back. So I'm sorry that when I first talked about it, I thought it was maybe an imposter account, but it actually was a legit account. Thanks Timido1 for the bits on Twitch. Shout out to Wrigley Rob and Steve's Dino Nuggies on YouTube, he said. And Jen Junkie. Thanks, Jen Junkie, for subscribing on Twitch. Why did he, Dersozial says, why did they create a Hebrew channel for him? I mean, they just basically use the X account for political purposes, I think, to, spread their view of things. So I guess the thought was, why not have it in Hebrew if people will read it, if it gets more people to look at it. I guess it's Dino. I've always said Dino in that context. Anyways, we'll talk more about the Iran stuff when I come back. I'm going to eat in a few minutes. Speaking of which, I need like 30 more seconds. Hold on. Couple other stories I wanted to talk about too that happened today, not really related, but I wanted to mention them. We'll maybe talk a little more about this later. One of our viewers just mentioned this. North Korea has sent about 10,000 troops to fight in Ukraine, Pentagon says. The Pentagon now says this. The Pentagon spokeswoman said today, Sabrina Singh said today, that some of the North Korean soldiers have already moved closer to Ukraine and were believed to be heading for the Kursk border region, where Russia has been struggling to push back a Ukrainian incursion. The NATO Secretary General today said some North Korean military units were already in the Kursk region. AP says adding thousands of North Korean soldiers to Europe's biggest conflict since World War II will pile more pressure on Ukraine's weary and overstretched army. It will also stoke geopolitical tensions in the Korean Peninsula and the wider Indo-Pacific region, including Japan and Australia, Western officials say. The NATO Secretary General said this was a significant escalation in North Korea's involvement in the conflict and a dangerous expansion of Russia's war. President Biden called the deployment dangerous, very dangerous. It's unclear how or when NATO allies might respond to the North Korean involvement, says AP. They could, for example, lift restrictions that prevent Ukraine from using Western-supplied weapons for long-range strikes on Russian soil. South Korea has also talked about, I believe, providing more assistance to Ukraine. That report was from AP. Thanks, by the way, to I Love Cookies for the gift memberships. It's very nice of you, I Love Cookies. All right, guys, I need to eat. second here.
اثنين حالقين هالبلد من 92 خلصت الحرب فيه لحد اليوم.
Thank you to Shadows6530, our member as well. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to eat, and while I'm eating, I will keep an eye on what's going on. Oh, we just heard a boom, I think, on the northern border camera. I'm going to eat, and I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. And if there's something huge that happens, I'll just come in while I'll stop eating and come in. Otherwise, I'll come in after I eat, and we'll discuss more about what's happening and take some more of your comments. Okay? So I will leave the streams up for you, and again, I will be keeping an eye on them as I'm eating. And you can chat and all that. Maybe when we'll come back, maybe we'll hear what the Israel said at the UN today. I'm not going to play the whole UN meeting, but maybe we'll play what UN said at the Security Council. All right, so let me go. I'm going to take my headphones off now. Let me go eat. Thanks to all of our moderators. Oops, thanks. Hold on. Thank you to all of our moderators, by the way. All right, let me eat. I'll keep an eye on things. When I'm done eating, I will come back in. If there's big news, I'll come back in beforehand. Hey, thanks to Steve's Dino Nuggies for your support on Twitch. Okay, here we go. All right. I'll leave this as the main camera because there's still smoke coming out of there. So I'm going to leave this as view 1 as view 1. If the smoke stops on view 1, then I'll switch the cameras. All right, I'll see you in a little bit.
قال له طب نعطيك اياهم لبنان يعني روح صرفنا عن الصرف. قال له كيف يا عم هيك البنك قبلها بشهرين 3 قبل الثوره وقبل كل شيء. البنك معك خلص اصلا انا كمان شوي كنت متردد على البيت. هلا زمط بعده البيت معه ما رجع بيت. لكن من قمتين كان البنوك بطلوا عم يعطوا، واذا بتذكر كمان وقف الاسكان قبلها بسنتين. يعني هو فعليا هي يعني ضجت بال 19 هي ضجت لانه البنوك بطلوا يعطوا للعالم فريش. هي ضجت لانه البنوك ما عم يعطوا فريش للعالم، بس هو فعليا من ال 17 وقف الاسكان ما في فريش. ضلهم سنتين
هو كان في فريش
يكذبوا ايه بس ما فيك تسحب فريش. لا فيك تاخد قرض، بيعطيك قرض بس ترانسفر من بنك لبنك. يعني انا رحت سحبت مثلا سياره من الكيا بنك ترانسفر من حساب. انا رحت على اس جي بي ال خدت كارلون عملوا لهم هن بنك ترانسفر لشركه الكيا، بس ما في فريش، ما بيعطون فريش، ما في فريش عند البنك. انا ب 18 اخذتها للسياره وقت. بس موضوع 99 هذا كانت ماشيه، هذا كانت نصب. هو اصلا اقتراح كان على الطاوله فكان وصلنا مرحله قرفت نزلت على الشارع من ورا قصه. ليه؟ لانه اوريدي البنوك لهم فتره مضايقين عليهم. ايه اللي صار؟ ايه اللي صار؟ انه زياده بعد فوق كل النصب، فوق ما عم تعطونا مصاري. انا وقتها ليش عم اقول لك انا كان بدي اخذ، ما كان بدي اخذه كار لون لوفر
انا عامل اخذ لون عادي وشاري سياره.
انا كان بدي اخذه لون عادي. كنت شايف سياره بمعرض، ما كان يعطيني البنك فريش. انا حتى ما كان يعطيني البنك فريش، قال لي بتاخذهم لبناني او بعمل لك اياهم
2017.
هي انا شايف سياره مع واحد، قام رجع صار يقول لي لا شوف غيرها، روح شوف بمعرض، ما تشوف سياره مع حدا لانه نعطيه فريش. شوف بمعرض انه اعمل له بنك ترانسفير احسن. شفت بمعرض، رجعت قلت شيء خلص باخذها كارلون يا خيي. طلعت على الشركه بريح راسي بجيبها موديل السنه 0 كيلومتراج. عارف كيف؟ كنت شايف مع حدا على اساس انا هيك بلشت معي. حدا بده يبيع سيارته، انا بدي كنت سياره لمرتي.
وارخص.
عرفت شو؟
وارخص لك
كنت مخلصة جامعة وبدها قبل ما اتجوز اياها يعني. مخلصة جامعة وبلشت شغل، عم ضلني روح اخذها ووصلها وجيبها واخذها، وعندي شغلة وبيا مش كثير قادر، صرت مرات اعذب بيي. انا خلص بجيب لها سيارة، انا علمتها السواقة على سيارتي، مش على طول عم بقدر اعطيها سيارة. كانت تبلش من هيك القصة.
طلعت بكارت وقتها.
رجعت طلعت لها في خاصة. كنت 18.
سكرت حقها هلا.
ايه انه خلصوا 5 سنين اصلا.
هي كانت 5 زي كانت 240 دولار.
لا انا دفعت 3000 دفعه اولى.
لا انا عم بسأله ليه في احنا نستفيد شيء من هالدولة نحن دفعنا دفعات على
انا لو عارف هيك بصير، لو عارف هيك سحبت سبورتج، ما راح جبت بيكانتو. انا شو عملت؟ انا سحبتها على معاشها، كانت مخلصة جامعة وبيت جديد. ايه كنت اخذتها على معاشي. انا كنت تارك على اسمي ما في شيء على اساس انه بركي فتح الاسكان. لا اخذ شقة وناطر يرجع يفتح الاسكان. قصة شقة لحدا وناطر يفتح الاسكان. لو عارف هيك بده يصير وارجع اختلف انا وصاحب الشقة وما استفيد بالاسكان، غلطت سبورت. كنت جبت سبورتج وبيكانتو. كنت جبت بيكانتو على اسمه وسبورتج على اسمه.
هي اخذ شغله.
كنت عملت مليون شغلة.
دفع حقك شيء 25,000.
ايه زلمة
انا كنت
انا ما ادرس ما
اخذ لون شاري نيسان صني بال 2017 شاريها انا 2014 واشتريتها هم.
انا
اخذت لون عادي.
انا بتعرف شو صار فيي؟ انا
ادفع تكليف 60,000 بالشهر.
انا اختلفت مع صاحب الشقة، رحت رجعت كنت بقيت له اياها، قلت العدد رفع عليه دعوة.
بعد الوصية معه.
حطيته ايه ما انا رفضت اخذهم، بده يعطيني اياهم بشكل مكرر. قلت له لا، حطيت له الباقي على كتف العدل على اللبنان على 1005 بايامه، عملت عليه دعوة.
ليش هو ما
الزام تسجيل
يعني هي سنة اختلف
بال 19
بدك اياه بعد عنك.
وشيء شقتي كان حقها 200,000 ديبلكس مع اثنين شقة. ايه يعني شبه فيلا، هو مشروع مثل الفيلا كله ديبلكسات مع تراسات.
يا ريتك قبل بسنين.
لا هلا بعد ممكن تاخذها، هلا حناطر قرار المحكمة، ناطر بس ليعطوني موعد. خلصت له حقه، حطيته عند كتف العدل انا. يعني هو اختلفنا باخر 19 بالقصة يمكن بعد شوي صغيرة يبان 19 و 20 حطيته. دفع له بال 55,000.
كملت له 150,000.
هن كان باقي شي 130 دافع هن بالضبط بين 130 135 تقريبا هيك شيء. ناسي المبلغ بالضبط. حطيته عند كتف
هلا هو
العدل.
يعني او هو برد لك 70,000 فرش
ما في لأنه الكونترا تبعه باع نهائي وما بيتعدى من اي جهه الله. خلص هو بيان.
بس قصدي اذا صارت عباره عن ادفع مصاري
بالبرتغال
للمحامي، انت هلا اذا دخلك
لا بدفع مصاري، انا ما عندي مشكله دفعت مصاري، لانه انا اللي بايعني اللي هو بيعني بايعني هيك ما بيتعدى، وانا اصلا اوريدي دفعهم من
سؤال يعني ما انت اعطيته 500 قديش كانت
بغض النظر هلا قرار محكمه، يا بقول لي بدك تدفع له فرق دولار يا بقول له
يعني هيك. بس انا عم بسالك انا شوف انت لو اعطيته 500 قد ايه كان الدولار وقتها؟
مش زين
يعني هي
كان الدولار يمكن بال 20000 10 15000 20000 هيك شيء. لا دفعت مبلغ. يعني انت قد ايه قلت لي شي 25 30. انا اذا وصل له 55000 دفع لي زياده شي 20 30000 دفع اكثر من خيك. لا خيك ربحان اكثر من اذا خيك اخذ شيء لا بيك انا قد القانون عم
هي عسكري واخدها على الاسكان مش بعين المؤخر. خبريته اسكان خلص صاروا عم يعني دفعته كانت $700 بالشهر، $1,050,000 كان يدفع من معاشه، كان معاشه بدك تقول لا كان كل معاشه خيي كان 1200 يدفع 700 منه بس اسكان، الباقي ضلمه مصروف بالشهر.
صح.
انا بقول لك رضعون لي
كلنا
انا اروح اخذ شقه على الاسكان بالشمال والعرب اطلع فيهم هناك. انا لكن خاطر ولا ببالي الموضوع.
هيك انا هلا مستأجر.
كلنا مستأجر، انا مستأجر مثل الكلاب مستأجر. وين اخ وين ساكن؟
صار عندي عينة ببلاي.
عندك اولاد؟ قد ايه عمرك؟
15. بالزيت. ايه انا اجلت نفسي 3 سنين واخرت ولادة 3 سنين بس من ورا موضوع الشغل، لانه بدي اعرف بدي استقر ما في فوضى فوضى حالي. اخر شيء اخذت قرار خلص لي مستاجر.
هلا ابني انا اول سنه سكول دافع لهم للمدرسه $800 بعد بدهم 80 بعثوا لنا هلا مسج على التليفون كمان بدهم يتخيل هلا هو كي جي 1 يدرسوهم. شو بده يعمل؟ صرفت
ما في حل.
طلعت انا هيك يا اما بيروحوا عليك يا اما بدي اقول لهم انا
ما في
خلوني
شو
السنه
بدك
الجاي.
ترجع.
بطلع هيك انه انا
بدك
روح
تحطوا
عليه
كي جي 1
هذه السنه الجاي بكون صار عمره 4 سنين ونص. حرام عم بقتل له سنه من عمره.
رفقاته رح يسبقوه ساعتها اللي بعمره.
لا يعني بيز عاملين له نحن ممكن كثير انا اللي بعصب محمس على المدرسه بشكل مش طبيعي. كل يوم بعمل لك القلب انا شيء جديد وحمستهم كل 5 دقائق تجيبها يفكر على جنبه.
هلا وين
انا بيتي مفتوح بيتي سنة ساكن في المطار انا واهل مرتي مجتمعين يعني سهل تكنيكال بيقولوا انه نرجع نرتب كل امورنا البلد بيرجع ينهض بطريقه كثير قوي في
لا ما فهمنا هيدا.
بس نحن بتجي
لا
تطبيق ما في
بكره نشوف بكره حتكثر السرقات وحتكثر الشمشطة زيادة ما عنا شفنا شيء، وبكره بنرجع يعملوا دولة بعد هذا وكله بعد كل الحرب حتطلع بعد دولة سرقة أكثر من حينهبوا بعد.
ليك انا عندي وجهه نظر بعرف بالاخر كل واحد عنده وجهه
ما حدا
نظر
رح يجي يشتغل للبلد
بغض النظر. بس انا بشوف اذا خلص الحرب ايام مصلحتنا بحس مش قصه نعمل دوله. انا فقدت انه نفس السيستم اللي قلنا عليه هلا بس انه بكره في
صرنا من الساعة 10 11.
شيء ولا مرة كان عندك 2 مليون في هلا 30,000 بني آدم مضاعفين. الكهرباء معها في استهلاك. أنا كنت صرت نازل على الباب بحكي شيء 10 مرات ولا مرة جيت على الباب لقيت الكهرباء مش جاي، وجاي بتوقيتات مختلفة يعني جاي 6 الصبح وجاي 12 الظهر وجاي 3 بعد الظهر، على طول جاي الكهرباء.
حياتنا
الموتور طافي معنا، موقف الاشتراكات للناس كلها. هو
طبعاً.
فعليا يعني
طبعا اكيد
انترنت ما في، بس كهرباء
أكيد.
24 على 24. الله يرحمنا، انا مركب اذان غاز من سنة الماضي يعني حاط، فبتحمم مي سخنة رواق. لاغي الاذان العادي انا من البيت، هداك اقعد ارفعه
لا لا طالما جاي إدارة الدولة فيك تتركه مرفوع.
لا انا
تقدر
فاصله
تتحمل.
شايله، حاطط اذان غاز، حاطط انين غاز برا على البرندة. البيت اللي اخده انا فيه يعني كبير يعد بالنسبة انه نحن 3 بس. ف بنزل بتحمم تحت، بغير ثيابي وكذا وهيك وبرجع بطلع عم نام ببضاعة.
هلا معي
احنا وكالة يونيو.
يونيوزك. ايه هون هيك. لا انا هذا ما فيش.
انا هاي الوصلة بس بدي كهرباء بالليل. في نصه بيخدم الصبح بالليل مشان يشتغل. في 28 هلا بس هلا في كهرباء دولي هلا هون. انت عم بتقول على كرمال الامارات ضل بس نحن فعليا ما في كهرباء.
بس ما فيش اشتراك هلا
بس لا تنقطع الكهرباء.
ايه بتروح الدولة هون
هيدي
هلا بس تروح على الكهرباء شبكوا هون هلا تشغلها.
هو هذا اللي
لا استنى 20 لا ان شاء الله بنحط. لا هلا المفروض 3 انقطع الدولة لأنه اجت اشتغلت.
هيدا شو التليفون اللي حاطه؟
هذا نوت 10
سامسونج؟
نوت 10. ايه
هاي
اجت
الجيل القديم.
هذا صار شو اسمه
اشرب شيء عملت الفور 5 8 9
جبت الادج.
فور ادج. هو في 4 و4 ادج 5.
رجعت جبت الفايف.
يمكن عنده 6 او 7، ما بعرف اذا عنده 6 او 7.
جبت ال 9
جبت 8 9 يعني هذاك يضلوا معي شي 6
10 بقاش معي مصاري.
بالضبط. انا الحين في اي لحظه ممكن يفصل على هيك عم بس عم فكر جيب الفولي. هذا انفينكس اشتريته كنت بالجيم. ما سمعت شو صار معي. كنت عم بتمرن، كنت بالجيم وانا ما بتمرن اذا مش حاط الايربودز بيني. هذا مكسور. بأي لحظة ممكن يفصل. هيدا مش هيدي اللي عم بقول لك، هيدا ليش رحت اشتريته؟ شيء اي بس انه يعد مفول، عرفت انه تليفون مرتب.
اي صرت
لا اي 70 بعتقد. هيك شي $460 وقت اللي اشتغلت، انه مش فئة اقتصادية، انه مرتب. خلصت حماس ودمبلز واشتغل كتاف، انا حاطه على الارض، مش حاطه تحتي او حاطه معيش كان
حطيت الدمبلز عليه.
هوب طحنته. رحنا اشترينا هيدا بوقتها، كان بدي شي مش عارف لي حقيقي كان بدي شي دولار اللي بتقراهم عليه يعني 256 جيجا بايت 8 رام كذا، بس انه هي
هو بس مكتوبين على الكرتون يكون.
لا ليك فيه عن خدمني والله وكسر هلا وبعده شغال، بس انه امرك خلص هلا خلص يعني امرار بكون ماسك التليفون بصير كبس لحاله لانه اوريدي ملاقيت له شاشه ماكو في عندي ريكورد تكنو منيح كذا حدا في ما بعرف بدفع 500
لا
واردة ابدا.
هلا انا هيدا
سقفي 300 عرفت هيدي اذا انا بدي بيقولوا
الله يحميه وكذا.
بالضبط اكثر من هيك ما في
لانه خلص هذا بنتبه عليه
مثل ابني.
مثل ابني.
هلا انا بدي اجيب واحد هيك وانتبه عليه مثل ابني، فوق ما انه هو معفن بدي انا انتبه عليه مثل ابني. شفت من هون التكنو سبارك هلا تكنو كومون حامله كذا حدا كذا حدا حامله قالوا لي لا بتفكر كمان عنه ريسيرش. لا جيد جدا يعني بالنسبه لي. وابو 260 وبيجي معه ايربودز تكنو. اخي شو بدي اعمل؟ ما في حل تاني.
اوفا وتكنو ليك كان في هواوي.
ايوه هني التكنو ليش انا
كله شغل هواوي.
ايه بس لا التكنو سبيسيفيك اكثر يعني كلهم هول اللي طلعوا لانه هواوي صار عليها عقوبه، بس هني ركزوا طاقتهم بالتكنو. يعني التكنو والاوبو كثير مشهورين بالعالم. اي نعم انا معك بالفاينل بالفينش تبعهم بالاخر كنت عليه بمشي يح احجوا سنه
كان يجي هواوي كان يجي هواوي
سامسونج بالايفون
لسه هواوي اصلا بعده بالصين على فكره. توب 1 مبيعات ايفون بطبيعه الحال، بعدين هواوي، بعدين سامسونج بالصين بتشاينا بقلب الصين. اوفا تكنو ميكنو هودي كله ما حدا سامع فيهم ولا شيء،
قصص مرعبه
ولا شيء، صفر معلومات عنهم، ما بيعرفوا شو يعني ولا هو الانترنت ولا قاطعين من حد.
في شيء شفت له لا هيدا تليفون حوالي $300 بقول لك تليفون حوالي $300 ومنه ايفون ومنه سامسونج. لا بدنا نحترم اسمه تشاومي.
ايه شاومي ما هو معروف بس اكثر شيء مبيعا ايفون، بعدين هواوي، بعدين سامسونج.
شفت
انا لانه كنت كنت بالتغطية الأولمبية تبع آسيا.
انا عرفته على قد انت بتشتري بتطلبه من امازون توصلك علبه على قد يعني 4 شوزات ملزقين ببعضهم على قد شو بيخطر ببالك اكسسوارز للتليفون باعلى كواليتي موجود فيه يفتح لك فتحات مثل الهواوي مو خير اللابتوب على التليفون على 1300 وشي دولار تشاومي وبيتسكر على قد
هواوي هذا اللي بيفتح
شفت له
سعرين $3000.
لا
ما بعرف سمعتها إشاعة
بس بالألف وشي ايه أكيد بالألف وشي.
مش
لا شو إلا إذا الصين عاملين شي حارق تفجر فايت نانو.
لا أنا أول ما نزل وهيك كان حدا عم بيقول إيه حقه ب$6000. أشتريها أصلا لو 1000 لو بدي لك الجد الاس 24 لأنه أنا إذا بدي أغير بدي أروح دغري اس.
أنا من المعاصرين مش
أنا ما لا ولا مرة
هيك لأنه الأفضل إذا بتحمل أفضل حبسك. فهمت شو قصدي؟
إيه يعني
حبسك
بده يشريك الشارج تبعه والوصل تبعه والإيربودز تبعه
كل شيء.
إيه ما بيقبل منه والله.
بغض النظر أنا عم بحكي عن الداتا اللي بقلب تليفونك، أنت ما بقى فيك تحافظ عليها بالهي صار ما تجي بيحبسك خلص كما شايفين. فيك تاخذ من الايفون على السامسونج وخلص مرة بترجع تجيب ايفون ما بقى فيك ترجع بيحبسك حميل الابل مجبور المفروض يضل يحكي. لا، اللي صار عنده داتا عمر 10 سنين بالتليفون ما بقى فيه. إلا إذا بده يترك التليفون معه ويجيب شيء ثاني ويبلش يشتغل.
اشرف منه هيك السامسونج شير تليفون على اللابتوب سامسونج شير كتير ضيبسي واحد 200 جيجا بلوكر مسوي ضيبسي ضاع على الآخر.
لكن في اوبشن فكره بيقول لك نايت مود شغالين على لعبه بيقول لك حلو الكاميرات فوليوم مش عم بحكي عن حاجه. انا اول ما بدي اصور انا عم بس في اوبشن مش لدرجه يوصل للاس او الايفون ريزولوشن بس في قصص انك تطلع هيك تخليك تبتسم شغلات اوبشن مش موجوده بكل التليفون. خليك
رد علي دغري انا سمعته الايميل حكيته اما رد شكله قارت نومي بس انه في عطل. طب ليش؟ شو العطل؟ هو إن هي ما عندك غير انت اس ان جي وكاميرا ومذيع. شو العطل؟ لأنه سمعت يمكن غيره
هون
ببيروت.
اني وين حكي لك
لا قاعدين ببيروت هلا عم نطلع لايف
تيجي بس مش عم
من الحمرا اوتيل بس عم بقولوا يمكن يغيروا الاوتيل هن لانه عم يبحثوا عن هل بدهم شوي فيو يكون اكثر البحر. هلا نحن هذا الاوتيل فيو كله طوس وجه نزل القصف ما ببين. هيدا اللوكيشن هون هن كتير حابينه لأنه في قصف ببين بالباك جراوند. كنا اخذين بالحطور.
انتوا كنتوا بالحفور اول مره؟
لا ما في حدا مكان. ما حدا مكان. رويترز كانوا بالحطور، احنا كنا بالحطور، الغرب بالحطور، الجزيرة بالحطور، كل العالم عندهم بالحطور. حتى اللي حتى نحن كان عندنا هون وحطور بنفس الوقت.
الجزيره وين؟
يعني انت بقى تنضحي هيك وهيك.
عرفت بس الجزيره هلا من وين عم بيصوروا بعد؟ قالوا الحفور.
لا هن اوريدي كمان عندهم حطور ومستأجرين هون في المطار.
هون؟
شيء يصير حدا بيجي
مش عارف سألت كذا حدا ما حدا عم يعرف وين الجزيره وين.
مستأجرين محل ما عم بيجي هون ابدا ما بيجي. ما في حدا بيعرف لانه ما بيجي. ما بتشوف حدا منهم انسان. هن مستأجرين
ساكنين مطرح غريب هن.
ايه مستأجرين شيء شقة هيدا بتقل. شقة مستأجرة او سطح او شيء. بقى الفكرة انه هن بدهم فيو ليه؟ لانه هن يعني هون بعد ما كذا مرة هلا يمكن عم يقولوا بعد يفكوا انه غير بس يقولوا المسرح يكون بنفس الوقت غير انه يكشف يكون منيح كشفية زي هاي
الشتي هون بدك
لا هلا وقف بس كمراسل بيبقى هون لو شت فيه مراسل شوي 10 دقايق ربع ساعة لو حمل له شمسية لبس مشمع كذا وهو قاعد بالسيارة خلص
مش عم حد عدي واكويبمنت وشغلات.
ما نحن أنا مش عاطي صورة أربعة يعني أنا رسمة لي صار شوية قصف أوكي بعطي صورة ما في قصف خلص شغلة 10 دقايق رسالة فيك تظبطها بالشمسية هي أنا قعدت شغلات وما بيطولوا الرسائل تحت الشمس هي كلها 10 دقايق حتى لو حامل شمسية يطلع المراسل حامل شمسية لابس مشمع كلها تطبيقات كل نص ساعة هو عطى صوت بس وين هلا ضوء 27%. هيدا ما معه طاقة شمسية طبعا لا ما في شيء له أو ما في شيء هيك بس شمسية طبعا خلص بتشارجه بفول بدون باور سبلاي هيك هلا هيداك أكبر هيداك أكبر وفيه كمان وايرلس تشارج فوق على مخه كده معه وايرلس تشارج والله على الموضة لا شيء مهمين هون بينقذوا شيء كافي الزلمة ده بيعطيك 1000 واط كده شفتها؟ ايه بقول لك انت بتقول وايد يعني الاويل والذهب حتى تحسه انت بتشوف انا بشتغل اويل بشتغل جولد بشتغل ذهب وبشتغل هلا صاير شيء ما بعرف مش اخبار ما صاير شيء هو هلا وقت طلع فين طلع يا زلمه هلا بيتكم بده يطلع طلع شرموطه ليك هلا هني مش مرتبطين ببعض انتبه
لا كله مرتبط ببعض يا زلمه بقول لك هيك هذا
انا صار لي 6 سنين بشتغل بقول لك طبعا الاحداث بتجر على الماركت بشكل عام بس هلا ما في اخبار بتخص الماركت فيش الا السوق الاسيوي
هلا وقت طلوع هلا وقت طلوع هيدا هلا هيك هيدا بيتكوين هيك نحن وين؟
انا فاهمك بس فهمت شو قصدي عم
هيدي هلا
هي مش ساعة حتى تطلع في السوق بشكل عام كل شيء له شغلاته
قول انا وقت طلوع الساعة قصدك هلا قصدك
الوضع هلا الذهب ضارب اعلى مستوياته بتاريخه
بعد ما بلش الطلوع تبعه هلا عم ببلش الطلوع تبعه نحن ليك وين نحن هيدا ثالث اسبوع اخضر كيف؟ الاصفر بلش يمشي فوق الزمن كيف؟ بعده عامل يعني بعدهم عاكسين ببعض ثاني فوق من 3 اسابيع برم كيف؟ من 3 اسابيع شو صار؟ كان على اساس الاصفر نازل تحت الموقع شو عمل الاصفر رجع عقب الطلوع ضل طلوع اوكي نحن هلا هيدا بعد طلع نحن هون هلا بداية الطلوع هيدي نحن حنكفي عندك 6 اشهر لقدام اخضر كله هول
شاري
هول البلوكات اوكي احنا بعدنا هيك بنكون
انت اخر شيء عملية اخر شيء
55 ل 69 بعده ببداية الطلوع
اخر شيء عملية بيتكوين ولا وانا
لا انا ما عندي بيتكوين عندي شوية
هون كلنا
وناطر ان شاء الله اذا عملوا رقم حلو اذا بركي بعد الطلوع اللي جاي يمكن بنزلة البيتكوين اللي جاية قادر شيل لي حبة بيتكوين اذا او نص حبة يا اخي انا راضي يعني كبب لي شيء كانوا هودا شيء 700 $. باينانس حطيت بورت غير مطرح. قلت انا يا اخي راح نصهم. عرفت كيف؟ بكون حفظت
شيلهم كلهم فرد مرة. ليه لا؟ شو اللي هي زاد كثير محتاج في افكار.
لنكون واضحين. بدك تشيل كل شيء، بدك تروح على سيف سايت، بدك تروح على وولت. باينانس منا وولت. باينانس هي منصة التريدينج سعيد. إذا أنت بدك تروح على وولت لتقدر تبيع بدك ترجع تروح على منصة التريدينج للبيع. أوكي. أنا برأيي الشخصي باينانس بعدها من أأمن المنصات. أنا برأيي الشخصي إذا باينانس موجودة كله حيوصل. أنا هذا رأيي الشخصي، ما بعرف، ما بيعتمد على ولا شيء. يعني لدرجة إنه مدير باينانس حبس ورجع طلع من الحبس مثل الشعرة في عجينة. أنا برأيي إنه هذا شيء بقوي باينانس ما بضعف.
بس فعليا اخذوا القرار.
هلا ما هي الزلمة فات على الحبس، قعد محكمته ودفع الغرامة تبعيته ومهتم ورجع ظهر من الحبس وكان الله يحبه. فأنا برأيي إنه لا باينانس قوية. هلا بتخاف من شيء ثاني. هلا كمان كثير على شوية خطر صح؟ ما مشكلة نروح USDC مش أزمة. بس هلا كيف ليش
بيتمارك
عند باينانس عند ريد لا أول أصلا ولا بس عندي كونتر عندي البانك عندي ديجيتال كمان كون تايجر بيتمارك شدت شيء أصدار لا عادي والله ناس
انا حافظ بالبيت
كان فيها شيء عندي كيو كوين عندي بيتكوين HDX نزلت لاشوف شيء على كوين ستور على اوديك نص
انا بقيت بالمره بس كنت حاطط شيري كانوا 4-5 كوينز وتركهم هيك صابوا عملوا شيء ما عملوا شيء. لا بس هيك انا فعليا بشتغل ديلي تريدينج.
لا ما بشتغل لا ابدا لا هم نجمهم لما كانوا كلهم مع بعض
مرة الشيبة عملت لي وقت ما طلعت طلعت انا كنت شاري شيبة بس ما بعرف بس
لازم ترجع تعمل
مش شرط انتبه مش شرط ترجع تعمل. انا بشوفها من
لا
والله
بحكيك بكونسبت اوكي عرفت بس الشيبة من البيعة ما في عمليات لما بدك تطلب تشتري هذا يكون عم بيبيع.
انت قصدك هلا ما بقى فيك تشتري
يعني انت اليوم تشتري $1,000,000 في $1,000,000 عم تبيع.
هلا مستقبل بالنسبة لي.
انا برأيي العمليات بتطلع بسرعة طلعت بسرعة بتعمل نفس الصدمة
تذكر $5 عملت 100.
هلا حتكون ضرب
كم كوين شيبة فيه؟ كم اصلا هدفي لما انا حطيت قلت انه اذا عملت شيء بالاخر انا شو شاري شيء بقى، انا شاري ب $100 شيء كلنا على بعض. قلت اذا عملت شيء ده ما بيبقى $50 شيء، لو $100 كنت لما طلعت هي طلعه رجعت شلتها، بس 50 قلت اذا عملت شيء كثير كبير بيقولوا هيك يطلع لي منها مبلغ، يطلع لي 30-40 ألف كذا، فهمت شو قصدي؟ هيك انت قلت ممكن ساعتها مثلا، بس هي
اوكي
انه بس اذا عملت لي 500 و1000 وهيك ما كنتش حشيل.
اوكي ليك شوف، السوق على طول بيشتغل اول شيء عاطفة الانسان بتلعب دور كثير، يعني هي الاساس.
انا ابن مارك
الاساس هي العاطفة. اوكي انت اليوم وقت اللي بتلاقي معك $1,000,000 بحسابك، حد عاطفتك طمع الانسان يقول لك ما تبيع، هي المليون حتصير مليونات.
انا بعد الفلوس اللي تلقيتها بحياتي
خصوصا
انا اول شيء بعمله بسحب نص، اول شيء بعمله
وقت اللي انت عم تسحب نصه في حدا عم بيدفعهم هودي وعم يشتري، ماشي؟ هم عم يجوا من الهودي، اوكي؟ بس بطبيعة الحال جنرال أغلبية العالم حيبيعوا، بتوع كثير أوي حيبيعوا. ليه؟ لأنه اللي حط $1,000 عملت له 100,000 رح يطمع بده، لا أنا بدي أنطر ليصيروا 200,000، صار معهم
لما يصيروا 200,000
رح ينطر ليصيروا مليون،
بيرجعوا بيصفوا بيرجعوا 20,000.
هونيك ببيع.
انا ماني انا عم لك ترى بادئ ماركت ربيت. انا هلا هيك الشيء تعطيني $5,000، تعطيني $5,000
بمسح أمها.
ايه دهري اول شيء حاعمل حشيل 2050 شيل 50%.
إيه
يعني انا حتى هيك بشتغل بالماركت، شايف باخذ صفقه بحط
صح،
بحط هيك بروفيت
بس ما
لإلي،
تنسى
مجرد ما قبل ما اوصل له باخذ ال 50% تبعي وبخليها تكفي، يا اما لا اذا بدك تفكير من مطرح ما انا اخذت هيك بروفيت.
ليك هي نفس الكونسبت تبع اللي بفوت بيلعب بالكازينو. 3/4 العالم بيروحوا بيلعبوا بالكازينو بيفلوا من الكازينو طفرانين مديونين، مظبوط؟ اللي هن النسبة الأقل هن اللي عن جد بيعملوا مصاري على ظهر يلي عم بيظهر طفران ومديون.
طمع.
فقد ما كان المبلغ ضخم تبع الشيء ده، النسبة الأقل هن اللي حيستفيدوا.
هذا الشيء بالحياة
لأنه هي مثل يعني اللي اليوم يعني لعبة البيع والشراء صارت مثل الكازينو، مثل ما أنت حتى البيع وتشتري، مثل ما أنت كأنك فايت على الكازينو اليوم، يا أما خذها طفران يا أما خذها كسبان. وانتبه اليوم هلا مش هلا بعد ما طلع الشيء ده 200 انت رح تربح، 200 انت رح تربح، 200 انت رح تربح. وقت اللي بتبيع انت وين رح تبيع؟ رح تبيع على العالي. عم بتبيع على العالي، لمين عم بتبيع؟ عم بتبيع لناس على العالي عم بفوتوا بيشتروا. انت لانك بعت على العالي في حدا اشترى على العالي، هذا شو رح يصير بمستوياته بعدين؟
يا اما حيطيروا يا اما حيكون من المحظوظين وراح في شيء مخلوق ممكن تصير.
فهي سيم شيت.
بس لا انا والله شايف لو كنت حاطط $1,000 مثلا شاري شيبه وعملت هيدي ال1% تبعيتها عملت شو بقول لك $5 عملت 50.
انا كنت حاطط شي $100
عملت لك
1200
كنت حاطط قد ايه؟
شي 100 170
عملت لك 1200.
عملت لي 1200 تبعت.
ما بينفع.
بس انا شو عملت؟ لانه هي رجعت نزلت للسعر اللي انا اساسا
هذا $1,000 كانت عملت لك 10,000.
ليك شو صار؟
كنت شلت
ليك شو صار؟ نزلت رجعت للسعر اللي انا كنت حاطط فيه،
نزلت
100
اقل
او
مرة
اكثر شوي او اقل شوي او كذا. انا شو كنت عم
انا
اعمل؟
هيك حسبت.
انا شو كنت عم اعمل؟ كل ما نزل شوي كفل 50 100
كتبون علي.
انا هلا هول 1500 في يمكن شي 600 700 شي نزلت اقل من ما انا رجعت هو كلهم اللي كنت. بس انا اليوم كيف ما كان إذا رجعت لرقم طبعا اللي أنا كنت قاشع عندي 1200 كيف ما كان أنا في عندي 6000.
ايه هلا ايه صارت حاطط فيها شي $600 شي اذا رجعت طلعت لهذا الرقم
هلا أنا هدفي مش 6000. هذا الطمع اللي بعد ما بحكيك فيه.
بدك 25.
أوكي. ما بهمني قد ايه، أنا خلص أنا اليوم
اطلع
ما هو مثل ما الماركت علمتنا، أنا مش بس علمتني، أنا صرت تعلمت الشمعات، تعلمت الجراف، تعلمت الكورب كيف تطلع وتنزل. يعني أنا اليوم صرت أعرف أي ساعة في طلعة وأمتين
زي ما
في
بتشتغل
طلعة.
ديلي تريدنج اذا انت هلا قبضاي حاليا.
لا، لأنه ما فيك تشتغل ديلي.
لو
ما
مثل
بهم.
بيقولوا صفقة وحدة بالنهار مضمونة.
لا، ما في شيء اسمه.
ما في شيء اسمه. انا عم بس انا حكيك عم بشتغل.
أنت هيدا الجراف اللي فرجيتك عليه هيدا تبع ال1 ويك. أنا ما بفوت على جراف ال1 داي.
انا بشتغل على الساعة.
ما إلي فيه إلا بعد الساعة.
أنا هيك بشتغل.
ما بفهم فيه.
لا.
وما بفهم بتبع ال1 داي، وما بفهم
تشتغل
فيه.
ويكلي.
ما بهمني فيهم. ما بهمني اشتغل ويكلي. أنا الويكلي عم بتطلع عليه لأنه أنا
اسهل
بشوف
شيء
تبع
بيعطيك
المانس
ربع يعني.
أصلا. لا، بدي كتير لصير افهم تبع الديلي وتبع ال1 اور وتبع كذا. أنت بدك تتعلم.
Hello, everyone.
بدك أول شيء تاخذ البيزكس.
Thanks for your patience. We're back. Let me just get my headphones on. Hang on one sec.
اويل هو الوحيد الماركت طلع طلوع الاويل نزل.
Still seeing some smoke there from maybe a strike from yesterday or something. It's flared up a few hours ago, a couple hours ago.
كان بأيام السنة لما ما كان في شيء كان 73.
عندك باي؟
أنا شاري أويل من الكعب، شاري أويل على
اويل
شاري عم تعرف شاري أويل على 68 ونص.
عودوا قدام.
About a half hour ago, Al-Manar TV in Lebanon, about a half hour ago said Israeli ships fire towards a beach opposite near Khan Yunis, Gaza.
ازرق. ليك قد ايه بعاد عن بعضهم. هودي.
This is loud.
شفت هون كيف بعاد عن بعضهم؟
There have been a couple reports tonight of Israeli boats
ليك قد ايه في
firing onto the shore in Gaza.
يعني ليك شفت بعد الطلوع هيدا هيك شفت هيدا الطلوع قد ايه الاخضر اوطى من الازرق، بس فاتوا ببعضهم رحنا على استقرار ونزول. اوكي ليك نحن ببداية الطلوع بعد
Al-Mayadeen reports
نحن هلا هون
people killed and injured in Israeli airstrikes in Beit Lahia, strikes on 2 houses. So Israel, from reports, carrying out more military activity in Gaza tonight as well as Lebanon.
مع صور ان انا شاري كيلو سيلفر.
بدي حق ولا
Oh, you know what maybe we should look at? Maybe we should check out
وانا كنت ناوي اشتري واحد ثاني بس ما قدرت.
don't know if I can pull it up here.
اشتريته مش من زمان يعني قدرت. الألف. يعني بال1200 هون على طول بزيدوا عليك 100 يعني بال1200 هلا لانه عندك 100 هيدي بين عموله ومعموله قبل 1180 1200 233. هلا هو شو بيعمل هون؟ بيروح على اغلى شيء بيروح يستعمل
I might play in a little bit the what Israel had to say at the UN Security Council meeting today. The UN had a Security Council meeting today on Israel's attack on Iran. By the way, thank you, PVC. That's so nice of you, PVC. Thank you. So I might play that. There have been a bunch of airstrikes reported around Lebanon tonight, but I don't believe there have been any in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There were some airstrikes earlier today in Tyre, Lebanon, the ancient city of Tyre. We showed you that before. Let me, I can show you that again. Hold on. This is from earlier today in Tyre, Lebanon. Israeli strikes pound Lebanon's Tyre after warning. This is from earlier, Tyre, Lebanon. This was today. This is the second. Look at that. Look at that. It's the second time in like 3 or 4 days, I believe, that the coastal city of Tyre has been targeted by Israel. On both times they've done that, they've issued an evacuation order shortly before. Usually Tyre is a big tourist city. Tourism is one of the biggest parts of the economy in Tyre. Anyway, so that was just some of what happened today there. Israel said they were attacking Hezbollah-related targets. Tintin says, looks beautiful there. Yeah. Our viewer, Rephaim, said, the sea is beautiful, the water is beautiful, and it's fun to fish. There must be a lot of big fish here. Well, right now, most people, I believe, have left that city right now. Thank you, Dolores Wilson and PVC. That's so nice of you. Thanks, PVC, and also Dolores Wilson. And thanks, Dolores, for the gift membership, too. Thank you. That was Tyre, Lebanon. Oops. That's about, it's on the coast about 10 miles north of the border. There's the border between the two, and Tyre is up here. That's what we were looking at, Tyre, Lebanon. I believe it's a World Heritage City, but on UNESCO list. Oh, I don't think we talked about this earlier. Iran says it will use all available tools to respond to Israel's attack. Reuters says Tehran said it will use all available tools to respond to Israel's weekend attack on military targets in Tehran, said a foreign ministry spokesperson. Iran previously had played down Israel's air attack Saturday, saying it only caused limited damage, while President Biden called for a halt to escalation that has raised fears of an all-out conflagration in the Middle East. Speaking at a weekly televised news conference, the foreign ministry spokesperson said Iran will use all available tools to deliver a definite and effective response to Israel. The nature of Iran's response depends on the nature of the attack, said the spokesperson without elaborating. So are they going to respond? What are they going to do? I mean, this kind of quote to me, you could read it multiple ways. One way to read it is to say, well, they're going to do some kind of response, but it's going to be kind of like it's not even going to involve missiles or drones, and maybe it's some sort of small thing. You could also read it as some kind of big thing, saying like, whoa, what tools are they talking about? Right? Like a cyber attack or something? I don't know. My point is, there's ways of doing something different than they've done with missiles and drones that would be more provocative or less provocative than what they've done before. The supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, said Iranian officials should determine best how to demonstrate Iran's power to Israel, adding that the Israeli attack should be neither downplayed nor exaggerated. Maybe we'll ask this again. In the poll. I'm going to say, will Iran respond? Militarily to the Israel attack? That's what I'm asking you. Hang on, I'll post it on Twitch too. Headcrab thinks they might just wait it out and use proxies. Hey, it's an interesting suggestion by Headcrab that the proxies could be a tool, right? Interesting point. Oops, sorry, I was going to kick you back here. Hey, thanks to Jesse James for your support. Thank you, Jesse. And also, Rick D gave more memberships. Rick has given so many memberships tonight. Thank you, Rick D. So nice of you. And also, wow, PVC, that is incredibly generous of PVC. Whoa. Thank you so much, PVC, for all your support. Very generous of you, PVC. Thank you. Let's see what our viewers are saying. Matthew Schumacher thinks it'll be more of the same from proxies. Rick D just gave 10 more memberships. Thanks so much, Rick. Make sure you thank Rick or anybody else who gives you a membership or a subscription. Thank you, Rick. Really nice of you. Really appreciate all of your support, Rick D. Okay, according to our YouTube viewers, 66% of you say, 65% say, Iran will respond militarily. That'll be a big deal if they do that. Who knows what Israel would do then? Meanwhile, over on Twitch, hold on a second here. Over on Twitch, it's pretty close. 63% on Twitch think Iran will respond militarily. Kevin Graham says, can't see it happening. Thank you so much to Mr. Siebert, who gave 10 gift memberships. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Siebert. So many gift memberships tonight. So nice of you. And then Rick D, another donation. Rick, so supportive. Oh my gosh. Rick, you have been so supportive of the channel. It's crazy. It's incredible. Thank you so much, Rick. That is really super nice of you. Rick D. Big shout out to you. They already said they were going to respond. So countries never say they're going to do. Every time they say something that suggests they're going to, they always do it. I said militarily also. Cloud Strider says, pretty sure Israel just waiting for an excuse to bomb oil fields and or nuclear facilities. Blue Lotus suggests maybe they're thinking about waiting to the election. I mean, at this point, it's only 8 days before the election. So there's certainly a world you could argue that Iran and Israel might want to know how the election goes before making their next move. And then in Israel, you also have the issue of maybe not wanting to be seen as interfering with the election. Yeah, I do think there's an argument that could be made for Iran and Israel just waiting till after the election. Because when you do when Iran and Israel think about what to do, you know, they're obviously going to think about how it impacts things in the long term, and that's a key piece of information they might want to know. PVC just made another very generous donation. Wow, incredible. PVC, thank you. Gee whiz. I really appreciate all of your guys' support of the channel. That's so nice of you, PVC. Thank you. And thanks, Jesse James, too. Jesse James, thank you. And then Rick D gave 20 more memberships. So many gift memberships from Rick D. Thank you, Rick D. Hopefully people are saying thank you for these. So nice of you. All right. So the YouTube and Twitch were very close on the poll. About 2/3 of you say Iran will respond militarily. I mean, that'd be a huge deal, unless it's like they do some token thing, you know. Maybe they have their proxies fire some drones and missiles and it's not that big of a deal. And then they're like, we did it, we could do more. So Bill Brett thinks they could use cyber. Wow. DJ just gave 50 memberships. Unbelievable. Wow. DJ just gave 50 people memberships in the chat. Incredibly generous. So many new members. DJ, thank you for all your support. That's so nice of you. And PVC just made another donation. Unbelievable. Hey, PVC, thank you again. Wow. Very supportive of the channel. Thank you so much. Bunch of new members now, too. Thanks, Who Shot JR, for your support on Twitch as well. I have another article about the Iranian response right here. Look. Iranian officials to determine how to respond to Israel. Oh, I wonder if I have a video on this. Is there a video I can play you about this? Let's see. I think I do. Hold on. One moment. That's all good. That's good. I have a little video I can play you on this as well. That's exciting. Hang on. Rick D. Wow. Rick D. Unbelievable. And PVC. Unbelievable. Incredibly generous of you guys. I really do appreciate it because that's what lets the channel exist and let me get footage and stuff like that. So it is so supportive of you. Rick D, thank you. PVC, thank you. So nice of you both. Thank you. Wow. Very much appreciated. We have roosters at 3:43. All right, let me show you a little of this. Iranian officials to determine how to respond to Israel's supreme leader says. Iranian officials should determine how best to demonstrate Iran's power to Israel after the Israeli attack on Iran 2 nights ago. Iran's official news agency said Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said. There's the supreme leader right there on the right. He said the evil committed by the Israeli regime 2 nights ago should neither be downplayed nor exaggerated. On Saturday night, Iran downplayed the attack, saying it only caused limited damage. Khamenei said Iran's power should be demonstrated to Israel, adding that the way to do so should be determined by the officials and that which is in the best interest of the people and the country should take place. I have a little video on that I'm going to play for you. Hold on. By the way, first of all, PVC just made another incredibly generous donation. Wow. PVC, thank you. That is so nice of you. Really nice of you. Thank you, PVC. Whoa. Things are going wild in the chat tonight. Thank you, PVC, so much. Really, thank you. Really nice of you. All right, I'm going to, thank you again. I'm going to play for you guys this video that goes along with the Reuters article I just read. Let's watch this little summary from Reuters. This recent summary from them. I'm going to turn off the volume on these things just for a second here. Hold on. Here we go.
Leaders of Israel and Iran on Sunday appeared to give conflicting accounts of Israel's attack on Iran a day earlier, with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying the airstrikes, quote, hit hard Iran's defenses and missile production, and Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei saying that narrative was exaggerated. Netanyahu spoke at a memorial service for soldiers killed in the Israel-Hamas war on Sunday.
In the early morning hours of Saturday, we fulfilled our promise. The Air Force attacked throughout Iran. We hit hard Iran's defense capabilities and its ability to produce missiles that are aimed at us. The attack in Iran was precise and powerful and achieved all of its objectives.
The heavily armed arch-enemies have engaged in a cycle of retaliatory moves against each other for months. Saturday's long-anticipated strike involved scores of fighter jets bombing targets near the capital Tehran and in western provinces. At least 4 soldiers were killed. The attack came after an Iranian missile barrage directed at Israel on October 1st, much of which Israel said was downed by its air defenses. Khamenei on Sunday said the country was weighing its response while disputing Israel's account.
The second point is related to this evil move that Israel made here 2 nights ago. Well, they made a mistake. They, of course, exaggerated it. Their exaggeration is wrong, but note that downplaying it is also wrong. Saying no, there was nothing, it wasn't important, and this is also wrong. The calculation error of the Zionist regime needs to be disrupted. They have a calculation error regarding Iran.
With warfare raging in Gaza and Lebanon, direct confrontation between Israel and Iran risks spiraling into a wider regional conflict. But a day after the airstrikes, there was no sign they would spark further escalation. A senior administration official for U.S. President Joe Biden said the attacks were a proportional response to Iran's earlier attacks with low risk of civilian harm, while Biden has called for a halt to the escalation.
So you have the supreme leader saying, you shouldn't downplay it. Shouldn't exaggerate, but shouldn't downplay it. I don't know. I mean, any kind of significant response from Iran runs a risk that Israel's going to launch some big airstrike because they've destroyed, apparently, essentially destroyed Iranian air defense in the first strike. So, I mean, some of the language coming out of Iran suggests they're going to do something, but it would seem very risky. Although, as we've discussed, I mean, Israel they might feel that they have to do something because Israel just launched strikes on Iranian territory. Rob thinks the Israeli conflict with Iran is finished. Jane Jones says, at first, Iran downplayed it big time. By the way, thank you so much, both Rick D and PVC. Again, that's really nice of you. They both gave another donation. It's so nice of them. Rick D and PVC, thank you. And also Trucker Jim. Trucker Jim says, I don't think Iran has any proxies left to respond with. Well, certainly Hamas and Hezbollah have been greatly weakened. But they have the Houthis. They have, Hezbollah still has weapons, not clear how many. And they have militia forces in Iraq and Syria. I wonder if they would wait for the election. Wow. And I got to say it again. Another thank you to PVC. Thank you, PVC. Again, I really appreciate it. It's so nice of you. Let's see here. Oh, the poll is supposed to be over. Sorry, I hadn't ended the poll on YouTube. Air-fried tofu says, was there a story here today that Israel said they were going to try to hit the Iranian later because they missed? No, I never saw such a story. Jeremy thinks Iran would have to restore some of their defenses first. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. In terms of like the most important defenses, like the S-300 air defenses they had from Russia. Oh, thank you to Cambolina. Cambolina, thank you so much for your support. Cambolina. Brooks Rolos 5 says Russia has no more left for them. I saw one article the last couple of days that said maybe Russia would give them S-400s, which are the upgraded model. But like our viewer just said, I'm guessing from everything I'm aware of, Russia needs its air defense for its invasion of Ukraine and the conflict with Ukraine. John Lavender says, everyone forgets China's a big supporter as well of Iran. Even if Russia can't support, China will in their place. Michael Cruz thinks Russia is broke, and so does Shaggy. Well, they might not have extra air defenses to give. PVC just said good night. Hey, and thank you, PVC. That's so nice of you. Another thank you to PVC. Incredibly generous in your support of the channel. Thank you so much, PVC. Wow. Yes, as Miles Nixon says, super generous people, amazing. I agree. Thank you. So one of our viewers had claimed that Israel had said they were not going to hit Iran again unless Iran responded. Is that true in the UN today? I don't know, but I actually have that UN session, so we could look at what the Israeli representative said. I just need to find it here. Do you guys want to see what the Israeli representative said at the UN today? I got it. I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm going to pull it up right now for you.
Our response will be lawful and fully.
No matter how long it took, how for the 101 hostages still held by Hamas terrorists. I'm just. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. We're going to listen to what the UN representative had to say today. Oh, let me just make sure I have this here. Oh, good. We're good. We're good on this. We're good on this. We're all good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the screen, but I'll put it like so it's not taking up everything. So we'll do this right here. That's too big. I'm going to make it smaller. Put it right there. And then maybe I'll put earlier today. Let's see. Oh, I turned the volume off on these other ones. Well, it's all right. We're going to have volume on this one anyway. I got to have it say earlier today. Now, can I make this big enough so you can see this? Earlier today. See if that works. All right, let's listen to what Israel had to say at the UN Security Council meeting on Israel's attack on Iran that was held today. What just happened here? Hold on a moment. There we go. Here we go. Let's listen to what Israel had to say. You ready?
Over the past year, Israel has made many promises to the 101 hostages still held by Hamas terrorists, as well as their families and loved ones. We swore that we will do all that we can to bring you home. To the terrorists who orchestrated and participated in the mass murder, rape and kidnapping of Israelis, we pledge that justice would find them, no matter how long it took, how far they ran, how hidden their bunkers. To the civilians in our north who face unrelenting terror from Hezbollah at their borders, we vowed they would once again live safely and securely in their homes. They have our word that Israel will never rest until peace is restored, until every last terrorist is driven back from our borders. And finally, we addressed Iran directly in response to their brutal, calculated missile attacks on our civilian population. Almost 200 ballistic missiles aimed at cities, homes, and sacred places. We promised that their actions would not go unanswered. We assured them that we would choose the time and manner of our response, and that it would be painful. Those promises are being kept. Today, those who have sown terror and hate, Yahya Sinwar, Muhammad Def, Hassan Nasrallah, find themselves reunited in the darkest pits of hell. Their alliance in life was a pact of terror, and in death they face the consequences of their cruelty. Israel's enemies now understand that our promises are not empty. But let there be no misunderstanding. Our message goes beyond individuals, beyond the pounds. It is directed squarely at the Iranian regime, the puppet master behind these heinous acts. Iran's leaders chose to assault Israel, to destabilize the region and unleash chaos. They promised us destruction. We have answered with strength. No sovereign country would tolerate hundreds of ballistic missiles aimed at its civilian population. No responsible government would allow its people to remain under constant threat. On Friday night, Israel acted as any nation would to defend its citizens, secure its borders, and neutralize an immediate threat. The Israel Defense Forces executed precise, targeted strikes on Iranian military assets deep within Iran's territory. We struck missile manufacturing facilities responsible for creating the very weapons that were launched against our civilians. Every aspect of this mission was crafted to remove the immediate threat, while minimizing any harm to civilians. The contrast of the manner in which we executed our operation with Iran's missile attack could not be starker. While Iran recklessly aimed their missiles at entire civilian communities, cities, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Israel utilized the most precise munitions in the world to focus solely on military targets. Israel remains resolute. We will continue to act in defense of our people with precision, strength, and an unbreakable commitment to the safety of our citizens. For years, Iran has deliberately escalated its efforts to destabilize the Middle East, arming and directing their terror proxies, from Hezbollah in Lebanon to Hamas in Gaza, from the Houthis in Yemen to the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria. Iran has seeded violence, chaos, and destruction throughout the Middle East. But this violence is not limited to Israel's border. It threatens regional stability, global security, and economic stability. For years, Iran has openly violated numerous Security Council resolutions, chief among them Resolutions 2231, 1701, and 2216. Iran's ambitions reach far beyond Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. We all know, they seek dominance across the region and beyond, using terror as their primary tool to intimidate, destabilize, and assert influence. The weapons they fund and distribute, the terrorists they arm and train, and the chaos they deliberately ignite do not respect borders or politics. Today, it is us, it is Israel in their crosshairs. But tomorrow, it could be any of the nations represented here. Don't be mistaken. Many of my Muslim colleagues know it very well, that today they are targeting our capital. Tomorrow, it can be your capital. Every country within range of their proxies is at risk, and their terror network is global. Two massive missile attacks, first in April, then again in October, each unleashed hundreds of ballistic missiles aimed directly at Israeli civilians. And yet, in the face of the Iranian regime's flagrant acts of aggression, this council has failed to find its moral voice. The usual course calling for de-escalation is not only weak, but profoundly misguided. Iran's regime has been emboldened by each muted response, each call for restraint, each failure to impose real consequences on the Ayatollah. This hypocrisy is not lost on Israel, nor on the people we protect. For months we have warned this body of the threat Iran poses, not just to Israel, but to the broader international community. We have provided evidence, pleaded for decisive action, and faced a wall of silence. Does this council not see the gravity of Iran's ambitions? You know, we heard the words diplomacy, negotiations. Can't you see what they really want? How can you equate Israel's defensive measures with Iran's unprovoked assaults on our people? This is not just morally bankrupt. It is a grotesque distortion of reality. The failure to hold Iran accountable is an endorsement of their tactics. This Council's silence in the face of Iran's aggression sends a message to Tehran that its actions will go unchecked, that it may continue down this path without consequence. Israel does not seek war. Our mission, our commitment is peace. But peace cannot be achieved under the shadow of missiles and the threat of eradication. Our response was measured and proportionate. We took every precaution to focus our operations on military targets, ensuring minimal collateral impact. Israel's commitment to restraint stands in stark contrast to the wholesale violence of Iran's attacks. Our actions reflect our responsibility not only to our citizens, but to the entire region. Every missile we destroy, every weapons store we dismantle, every terrorist we eliminate is a step towards the stability that every nation represented in this hall claims to desire. To Iran's leaders, take this as a warning. Israel has shown restraint, but from here on, you will see only strength. Any further aggression will be met with consequences that are swift and decisive. For every missile you launch, for every terror cell you sponsor, there will be reckoning. Cease your reckless pursuit of dominance through violence and terror. Israel has acted to protect its people and its sovereignty, and we will not hesitate to do so again. And to the members of this council, we call on you to act. Enough empty words, enough statements of concern. The Iranian regime must face real consequences for its actions. We demand immediate and crippling sanctions targeting Iran's military and economic infrastructure. Designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization it is. Isolate Iran diplomatically, but most importantly, take the necessary measures to prevent a lunatic regime from attaining nuclear capabilities. Imagine who will sit here in a few years if, God forbid, they will have nuclear capabilities. The world cannot afford to ignore the threat Iran poses. This is no longer a matter of words, it is a matter of action. Israel's promises are more than words. They are our unbreakable covenant with those we protect and a warning to those who seek our harm. We have acted on these promises, and we will continue to do so. To our enemies and to our friends alike, understand this. When Israel vows to defend its people, those promises will be kept, no matter the cost. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, that was the Israeli representative to the UN. And he said if Iran attacks again, there will be a, I think he said, swift and decisive response. So, I don't think he said anything about acting again if Iran doesn't do anything more. Well, let me remove that and put the volume on. That's smoke in the middle there. That's smoke coming up. I think I could have been a strike from yesterday. I don't know. Something flared up today, but I don't think it was a new strike today. By the way, thank you to thanks so much to David Bozic. David thought the Israeli government spokesman's words were nothing but narcissistic projection. Thank you, David, for your support. Robert Velk, our new member. Ellen Zen, thank you. Also, a shout out to our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. Hang on, Misunderstood. Beth Mythical. Ellen Zen says Israel is not playing around. That was a serious statement. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Good luck, Duck, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. On Facebook. We have K. Lowry Body is modding right now. Thanks, Lou Green, for subscribing over there. And Iva Lynn Berry Speedell and K. And all of our other subscribers. Diane Allworth, too. We are hearing some more roosters. We are hearing more roosters. What happened to the Gaza videos? I don't have access to Gaza videos right now. And then the ones that get posted once in a while, you really don't see anything on them. So just the way it is. If I get some kind of Gaza video that I think is showing something you guys will want to see, I'll certainly show it to you. I'm not aware. Some people are talking about some things they see on flight radar. Like Doug says, 4 U.S. Strato tankers are airborne warning. There's military stuff flying around on flight radar all the time. I don't watch it enough to know what flies normally, but I follow people who know what to look for on the flight radar, and no one is saying that anything tonight is they think there's something out of the ordinary that's a super big deal. I have not heard any of the experts I follow say that. So I'm going to assume it's just something something normal in some sense. Jason Carlton says, have a few military bases in the area. I would not assume it's abnormal to see such things. Give me one moment. Karen Moore thinks Iran has backed into itself. Karen Moore, our viewer, thinks Iran has backed itself into a corner. They can't afford to look weak, but they can't respond decisively. She's saying if they don't respond, they look really weak, but they don't have a good option for responding, she thinks. There are two attacks on Israel in April and October really didn't do much to Israel. Hang on a second here.
بعمل لك عيد انا بالعيله بس اعمل لك قليل من العالم اللي بيعملوها انا بس اعملها قدام حدا شو هيدي كيف تعملها؟ هي ما بدها شيء كثير نايس يا حي هيدي الكروس باك مش باك لا مش باك طلع الثانيه جيبها هي شو اللي هون؟ هون هي شو هي الي بس بقول لك في شانس
Thank you, Eddie Boy. Eddie Boy, that's really kind of you. Thanks so much for your support, Eddie Boy. Also, Janice McConnell. Thank you, Janice. Really nice of you, Janice McConnell. Thank you. I'm going to do one more poll question. If Iran doesn't respond, will Israel strike Iran again, even if Iran doesn't respond to first one? That is the question. Will Israel strike Iran again, even if Iran doesn't respond to the first attack? That is the question. So assume that Iran does not respond to the Israeli attack that's happened. Could Israel strike them again? You know, maybe to take out, for example, to take out some of their energy infrastructure or something.
هيك ليش انا هيدي بالنسبه لي هيدي تارجت انا الدنيا مفيا نحن خلص نحن بشر طماعين وانا حدا بطمع كثير سهل انه
Okay, let's see what our viewers say regarding this question. Over on YouTube. Wow. YouTube is I feel like YouTube frequently predicts military action will happen. Oops, I messed something up. Give me one moment here. I know there's a random thing on the screen right now. Okay, sorry. Oops, I messed up again. Can I do this the right way? Can I do this the right way? Okay, 58% on YouTube think that even if Iran doesn't respond to the first attack, that Israel is still going to strike them again. 58% of you on YouTube. How about Twitch? Wow. Look at this. Twitch and YouTube very close tonight. It's 58% on Twitch. More than half of you. My thought is I'd be pretty surprised if Israel responded again, if attacked again, if Iran doesn't respond. Udon Ball says Israel wants this war, they will keep pushing. Three Digit says, I think if they get new intel, they will. Rain Wrapped says they didn't take out all the air defense for nothing. Spectre says Bibi needs the war to stay out of jail. I felt that says can't rest with crazies living next to them. Chaz says taking out air defense is their final threat before a major retaliation. Dual Unity says if they feel Iran is getting close to a nuclear weapon, they'll strike them again. Matthew Schumacher thinks it was preparation for something, taking out the air defense, either continuing or for future events. America Girl says, when is this war going to end? How about the hostages? Beats me. I have no idea. We're not hearing about a hostage deal being closed at this point. That's a big question, though. How is it going to end? Some people do think that Netanyahu wants to keep it going. All right. This poll, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you for voting. We're hearing call to prayer now. Call to prayer. Call to prayer. Laura says, I don't think they will get the hostages back alive. There was something I wanted to mention. By the way, oil prices fell after the Israeli strike because it wasn't like bigger and it didn't target, for example, oil, energy infrastructure. You can see here from AP, global oil prices are falling sharply after a retaliatory strike by Israel over the weekend targeted Iranian military sites rather than its energy infrastructure. Prices for crude oil spiked globally on October 2nd after Iran fired missiles at Israel. With many seeing the threat of a wider conflict diminishing, at least in the near term, the price of benchmark U.S. crude and Brent crude, the international benchmark, tumbled 6% on Monday. I also want to mention this isn't part of this story, but I do want to mention this on the stream. Fires set in drop boxes destroy hundreds of ballots in Washington and damage 3 ballots in Oregon. That is not good. I'm going to talk about that for a second. Thanks, by the way, to Everett Greer. Everett thinks if the hostages are not returned, Israel is not done with their attacks. Once they are returned, Israel should cease fire. Iran should not respond, says Everett Greer. Thank you, Everett, so much for your support. I got some pictures here for you. Let's talk about this ballot box story for a second. I know it's a little off topic, but let's just take a second and talk about this ballot box story, okay? I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit. So check this out. Fires set in drop boxes destroy hundreds of ballots in Washington and damage 3 in Oregon. These are not mailboxes. These are ballot drop boxes. Incendiary devices were set off Monday at 2 ballot drop boxes, one in Portland and another in nearby Vancouver. One in Portland and one in nearby Vancouver, Washington, destroying hundreds of ballots in what one official called a direct attack on democracy about a week before Election Day. The early morning fire at the Dropbox in Portland was extinguished quickly thanks to a suppression system inside the box as well as a nearby security guard, and just 3 ballots were destroyed. But within a few hours, another fire was discovered at a transit center drop box across the Columbia River in Vancouver, Washington. Vancouver is the biggest city in Washington's 3rd congressional district, the site of what is expected to be one of the closest U.S. House races in the country, between first-term Democratic Representative Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez and Republican challenger Joe Kent. The ballot box in Vancouver, Washington, also had a fire suppression system inside, but that failed to prevent hundreds of ballots, from burning. The auditor in Clark County, Washington, urged voters who dropped their ballots in the transit center box after 11 a.m. on Saturday to contact his office for a replacement ballot. He said it's a direct attack on democracy. So you'd think these two incidents might be related, right? Maybe. We're talking about they're right across the river from each other. Let me show you. So if you look at a map here, you have Vancouver, Washington, and Portland. Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington. I mean, they're about, they're less than 10 miles apart. They're very close to each other, right across the river. Somebody said no street cameras. The Portland police released photos of a suspect vehicle. I posted this on X a couple hours ago. Look, Portland Police Bureau, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, Portland Police Bureau released 2 photos of the suspect vehicle believed to be involved in the incident at a ballot box in southeast Portland early this morning. They have photos of the vehicle. Look at it's next to the ballot box. They say it's described as a black or dark-colored 2001 to 2004 Volvo S60. The vehicle does not have a front license plate, but does have an unknown rear plate. Then there's a whole update down here. I'll post a link to this. At 3:30 a.m., there was a fire at the ballot box in Portland. 3:30 a.m. Well, that's when it got reported, so it was around then. They said an incendiary device was placed on the side of the ballot box. That is a picture of the ballot box in Portland that was attacked. And there was one across the river that was attacked too, in Vancouver, Washington. Yeah, Joe Martin, I'm guessing this is a federal crime. That would be my assumption. First of all, I'm going to post a link to the police update about it. I'll post a link in the chat to that. I also posted about it on my X account. Let me just go back to the article for a second, see what the article from AP says. AP says that the auditor's office there in Clark County, Washington, says it will be increasing how frequently it collects ballots and changing collection times to the evening to keep the ballot boxes from remaining full of ballots overnight when similar crimes are considered more likely to occur. The county is also hiring workers through a staffing agency to monitor all of its drop boxes 24 hours a day until the election is over. Well, there you go. The workers will have instructions to simply observe and not confront anyone. Anyway, they will call 911 if they see anything. So the county, which is this, which has this very competitive House district in it, they are just hiring people to keep an eye on the ballot boxes, on the drop boxes, until the election. AP says ballot drop boxes have faced increasing criticism from Republicans and have been the focus of baseless right-wing conspiracy theories in recent years, tied to former President Trump's lie that the 2020 election was stolen from him. An Associated Press survey of state election officials across the U.S. found that there was no widespread issues with drop boxes in 2020 and none that could have affected the results. 6 states have banned ballot drop boxes since 2020: Arkansas, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, South Carolina, and South Dakota, according to research by the Voting Rights Lab. Some other states have restricted their use, such as in Ohio and Iowa permit only 1 drop box per county. Washington and Oregon, which are both vote-by-mail states, have long used ballot drop boxes. Oh, authorities at a news conference, I'm reading this AP article. Authorities said at a news conference in Portland today, I guess today, yes, that enough material from the incendiary devices was recovered to show that the 2 fires were connected. And they are also connected to an October 8th incident when an incendiary device was placed at a different ballot drop box in Vancouver, Washington. No ballots were damaged in that incident. So apparently some person or some group of people has now attacked 3 different ballot boxes in this area. Surveillance images captured a Volvo pulling up to a drop box in Portland, Oregon, just before security personnel nearby discovered a fire inside the box. The incendiary devices were attached to the outside of the boxes. The FBI is also investigating. The fire suppression systems inside the ballot drop boxes in Washington and Oregon were designed to activate when the temperature inside reaches a certain point, coating ballots with a fire-suppressing powder. The system appeared to have worked in Portland. For unknown reasons, the system failed to prevent the destruction of hundreds of ballots in Vancouver, Washington. Voters were encouraged to check their ballot status online at votewa.gov in Washington to check its return status. If a return ballot is not marked as received, voters can print a replacement ballot or visit their local elections department for a replacement. In Portland, officials were able to identify the 3 voters there whose ballots were damaged and planned to contact them and provide replacement ballots. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office said it would be increasing uniformed and plainclothes patrols around drop boxes. I'm going to show you some photos. In Phoenix last week, officials said roughly 5 ballots were destroyed and others damaged when fire was set at a drop box in a U.S. Postal Service station there. Was that a mailbox or a drop box, though? Hold on. The one in Phoenix. Phoenix was a mailbox fire. That's what that was. I'm looking at an article right now. Unless I'm thinking about the wrong, on NBC News, ballots damaged in USPS mailbox fire in Phoenix. The suspect said his actions were not related to the election in that case. But the ones we've just been talking about, one in Washington, 2 in Vancouver, Washington, 1 in Portland that have happened. Those were just ballot drop boxes. Here, let me show you the photos for a second. I know it's off topic, but just to show you. Here are some of the photos here from AP. That is the drop box, smoke coming out of the drop box in Portland this morning. Look at that. That is the damaged box displayed during a news conference in Multnomah County today. Footage of the car pulling up to the box in Portland. Suspect's car. Damaged drop box. A replacement drop box being put out there in Portland. And then this is, oh, that's the one from Portland. Damaged. Placement box. That is the one in Vancouver, Washington, right there, that had been damaged by a fire. Intentionally set. More damage. Oops, sorry. Anyways, so I did want to talk about that story, even though it's off topic. Hopefully, no more. Hopefully, they can find the person who, or people who did that, and they don't have other boxes attacked. One of our viewers, Froggets TV, says, I'm in Vancouver, Washington. Annie says they were taking out burning debris in a video. Ruth says that's awful. Raven Lee says, go FBI, catch this criminal ASAP. David M. says, could be viewed by some as a form of terrorism. GM2 Rob Gun says, seems like an ATF case due to the use of incendiary device. Fish Taco says it could be federal charges. I mean, I would think it's there's, if the FBI is investigating, my guess is maybe it's because there's some sort of federal crimes possibly involved. I would think that these are federal elections. I mean, they're run by the state, but they involve federal candidates. For all I know, even if it's state elections, that it's federal crimes. I'm not a legal expert. Hey, thanks, PVC. PVC stopped back in. Thank you, PVC, for shouting out the mods and for your support, PVC. Thank you. Oh, I didn't delete the poll over there on YouTube. Sorry. Sorry about that. We will certainly be covering the election, and we will maybe do more election coverage before then. I think we may be getting close to that time here. At this moment right now, I don't have much else new to tell you. Doing a quick check here, but I think it might be our time soon. So this is what I do see this. I am seeing this. Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese news channel, they say that Israeli media is saying something, although I'm not sure. I'd have to look at Israeli media. I haven't seen it so far there. They claim that some Israeli media is saying that there are dead and wounded after clashes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah forces in Qaim, southern Lebanon. Now, that could be true, but I don't love relying on one country saying, foreign media said it, when I can't find the original source. So, look, Israel in the last week there were like 3 straight days where If you add up the 3 days, they lost 15 soldiers and had more than that wounded in 3 days. But I don't know what report they're referring to about Israeli media saying that. I have not heard it, but it's possible that there's been more fighting tonight in southern Lebanon. The town they gave in that post was Qiyam. Why bring it up? Because a number of times these reports have turned out to be true. Qiyam is where? Oh, that's not that far from the border. Qiyam is, there's Israel and there's Lebanon up there, and Qiyam is about, it's like within, it's close to the border. It's like 3 miles away from the border, Qiyam. So it would not be surprise me if there's fighting there, but what happens if there is an incident and you have Israeli casualties, it can take a while to find out, because eventually it's not reported in the press until there might even be a blackout on it, but you don't see it reported in the press there until the government says it. Now you sometimes get, like, say, Telegram channels reporting on it and stuff, but oh, Ynet says Israel is considering another response, by the way. Ynet is an Israeli news site. Ynet says on Sunday night, the Israeli leadership discussed, what is it here? How to react to several things, including how to react against Iran due to the drones. What is this here? It's a little confusing. Oh, how to react to the drone strike on Prime Minister's house. So Ynet says that Israeli leadership is discussing how to react to the drone, Hezbollah drone, that was sent to that hit the Prime Minister's house like a week or two ago, or a couple weeks ago, whatever it was. But how to react to Iran for that strike, supposedly, because Iran supports Hezbollah. Because I guess technically speaking, I mean, couldn't you argue that they already did? Because, I mean, I don't think, when Israel launched the strikes at Iran, they said it's for various attacks Iran launched, I believe. But maybe they feel that they need to do a specific response to the drone attack. That's interesting, though. Anyways, I don't yeah, this is a new article from from Ynet today. They're saying Israel's discussing a response to the drone attack on Netanyahu's house. Is that just an? I mean, do they really think they have to respond to it, or is it just an excuse to do something else? I don't know. That was like a week ago. Hey, thanks, Lord Cog, for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you, Lord Cog. Thank you. Dr. McRib says, Israel will take any excuse to attack. Ellen Zen says, sounds like an excuse to go after Iran again. Christopher Robinson says, I would respond to it. I mean, again, you could read them as having responded to it already, but I guess they weren't explicitly saying they had in the last attack. Thank you, G. Wizzle, our new member. Thanks, G. Wizzle. Ynet is an Israeli site. How many rocket alerts today, Matthew Schumacher? There weren't that many. There were a few, but not that many. Not while we were on the air. But there were, I think, around 150 rockets fired at Israel during the day today, according to the IDF. All right, I think it might be our time. I think we're getting there. Guys, I think we are getting there. I think we are getting to that time. So we will, of course, keep covering the story. If there are major updates, we will do more streams. I'm sure we'll be doing more streams. We're going to be covering the election. We could do election streams. There might be other big news that happens. You know? So, Rick Smith, the last 2 nights, I don't believe the last 2 nights there have been airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There were a number of airstrikes reported today and tonight in Lebanon, just not in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I just heard sounds like an artillery boom at the northern border. So anyways, but subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage here without an agenda. So subscribe and follow. And turn on notifications. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. It's free. You sign up once, you get sent a notification whenever we go live. I don't know when we're going live. Depends on when the news happens. So that way you can find out whenever we're going live what's happening, when we're going on. So sign up for the notifications. It's easy. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can find it in the description of this video as well on Facebook and YouTube. So sign up for the notifications, subscribe and follow the channel. More coverage coming. If there's big news later tonight, I'll just do another stream. I really appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for letting me read your comments, asking questions, sending me news tips. And I appreciate you tuning in. And a big thanks to everybody who donated tonight. We had a lot of very generous people supporting the channel tonight, and I really do appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Thank you. That is what allows this channel to exist, and allows me to buy footage and stuff. So, huge thanks. I think I got everybody. But, you know, like Rick D and PVC and Marty Hagwood and Lord Cog and everybody, DJ, everybody else who donated, thank you. It's really nice of you. And huge thanks to our moderators. Oh my gosh, they are incredible. They are there in the chat. They're keeping everything under control there, keeping it respectful. Big thanks to our moderators for being there. Thank you so much. Awesome. You guys are great. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, Sarah, Surly Devin, all of our other Twitch moderators, thank you. On Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Valerie Gale Griffin, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Beth Shepard, thank you. Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, Beth Mythical, Misunderstood, Cynthia Moon, Roberts May Queen, thank you. Linda Belkin Larry, moderate for us on X. Big thanks to all of our moderators. You are awesome. Thank you so much for being here, all your help. And we will have more news here. By the way, I'll post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for news updates when I am not live, and sometimes when I am live. Also, Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live. I post scheduling updates there, some news about the channel once in a while. So follow on X @Agenda Free TV. And a quick tip for those of you on YouTube watching, if you want to have the YouTube notifications turned on, which I think is a good idea, you got to do this thing on YouTube. So if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure that you have the bell clicked, the notifications bell, and you've chosen all notifications. So again, if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you have the bell clicked and that you've chosen all notifications so you get notified over there on YouTube. Big shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II, Lou Green, Eve Richards, James Sparks, Iva Lynn Berry Speedell, and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Thank you. And our Twitch subscribers like Moist Tea, Sarah, Breed 1982, Chi-Town Bear, Jack's Animals, Alyat Zion, Risen One Son, thank you, Tegrity Farmer Bob, Fish Tacos, Drunk Hand Cook, thank you, Digger 66, Spectre EH, Given Freeman, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks for subscribing over there. And our YouTube members, including all the new members, like Marissa Pugliese, Yahira. By the way, did I thank Cynthia Moon for moderating? If I didn't, thank Cynthia Moon. Evelyn Volmer, thanks for being a member. Apple Tree, Marissa Pugliese, Robert, Rick D. Thank you again, Rick D. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Waltham, Dale G, Buffalo Women, Robert Velk, Teresa Reary Patton, Annie Matthew Schumacher, Glasstron, Headcrab G Wizzle, Jason Carlton, Robert, Kaylee Raven, Annie, Jean Romaine, Laura Viola, Ellen Zen, Per Holtstrand. Thanks for being members. Kelly McAlien, Doug Joseph, Raven Lee Ed Jr., Porch, Jen Exer, Evishore, Draconiaden, Frisian Drone Aviator, Joe Hart, Palm Tree, Jet Turbiner, AKF, Isaiah, and all of our other members. Thank you so much for your support. Xbon, thanks for watching. They call me Taj. Appreciate everybody tuning in and chatting as well. Artist Caverlin. Tracy Minium. Tracy said the person in Phoenix who attacked the mailbox was a homeless man who said he did it to go to the jail. He said not politically motivated. I think I remember that. I can't find all the details right now, but we talked about him saying that he said it wasn't related to the election. Oh yes, Fox 10 said he wanted to be arrested. I don't know if he was homeless or not, but anyways, thank you everybody for watching. So we're gonna wrap this up. And I really appreciate you tuning in. And thank you, PVC. PVC made another donation. Incredible. Thank you so much, PVC. That's so nice of you. Thank you also, Yahira, our member. Thank you. And we will have more live coverage. So we'll be covering this. We'll be covering this topic more. We'll be covering the election. And we will cover other big news that happens. And hey, as I said, if there's big news tonight, we'll cover it. We'll do another stream. You never know what other news will happen. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.